Good morning. It's me. I'm here. What's up, guys? So, opening below 140, not necessarily a good thing. If there's a hard short attack this morning, we could see some like call side capitulation on those weeklies. They got, hit with quite a lot of theta overnight, so be aware of that. Make sure that you have, your risk managed if you were long, or your risk managed if you were short. There are a shitload of ETF FTDs today. There is no overlap. So also be warned of that. How do you feel about market volatility today? Let's see. What was the VIX doing this morning? I didn't even look. It's not that bad. Right? Yeah, it's not too bad. Why would they short if the split is upcoming? Why would they care? JPM and Morgan Stanley earnings were big poo-poo. Interesting. I don't like that. JPM missed, but not too awful. They did so well last quarter. It's surprising that JPM missed. Morgan Stanley I could see, but that doesn't bode well. Thoughts on Cat? What's it doing this morning? Yeah, I think you can get that. Start aiming for that cheaper buy-in price. Single stock ETF thing is complete horse excrement. It's ding ding. It's really not that big of a deal. Banks missed Rutro. Yeah. Does dividend allocation matter to ensure that the split divvy shares are received and not cash equivalent? Yeah, I think so. It seems that all the brokers are issuing shares. Everything I've seen from any broker side commentary has been that they fully intend to issue shares. So it could be, partially to ensure that there's no cash equivalent. Or are you talking about like drip and stuff? That doesn't matter. Spy filling the gap before diving? No, the spy's kind of diving a little bit. Just some opening volatility. B of A earnings on Monday. Yeah, a lot of bank earnings tomorrow too. It means they don't have to operationally short. They can just short. Yep. BBBY and Goldman on Monday. We stream Bobby Investors meeting. Yeah, I think it's at what, 10 o'clock? Is BBBY meeting in 30 minutes or an after hours today? It's in like 30 minutes, I think. We're gonna find out if we're getting shorted today. Doesn't look like it. Massive market sell-off, but we have a fuck ton of FTDs. On the ETF side, at least. How low could you see today for GME? That depends. Give it a minute. We have to, for us to see like any significant lows, we'd want to break below 140, right? And then you'd want to see like call side capitulation on the 140 and 130 weeklies. The 130 weeklies are like $10 in the money right now, so they're not going anywhere. Do you love Cook Gurk? I saw your comment on his piss. No. I'm thinking about playing the Bobby meeting, maybe some $5 calls. Okay. Your opinion on Tesla inverse ETF started? Doesn't matter. We won't likely see some buying from Euro brokers that do the notional cash for securities prior to the split, so they don't have to issue cash instead of shares. I think eToro's issuing shares. Hargreaves Lansdowne came out and said they're issuing shares. Saxo Bank, I believe, said that they were coming out and they came out and said they were issuing shares. Like everyone's, commented on it kind of at this point. Are you still waiting to enter the majority of your OPEX position? Yep. JP Morgan could have made their earnings look great. Their assets under management are only down 8%, with the market down over 20. They've got 1.6 trillion liquidity. They want higher rates. Yeah. I agree that the banks aren't suffering. It's interesting that they're showing a miss though. I mean, profits from trading are down. They did last quarter, they did really well on their trading profits. Sold 3/4 of my 715 SPY 380 puts for significant gains, holding last 25% to swing for the fence with house money. What are our downside resistances today? 140, 135, 72, and 130 are going to be the most important ones. 137 could hold as well. It's something to note. I wonder how many FTDs they're covering into this downward SPY movement. I don't think they're carrying a lot of gamma exposure, so I don't think that's what this burst of volume was. They dumped utilization pretty hard at the end of yesterday. So remember, they're not carrying a lot of internalization right now, or not nearly as much as they've been carrying for the last month. Max paying 135 though. Yeah, but also like irrelevant. Max Payne just doesn't matter, right? The market maker just hedges against it regardless of where the price of the stock is. Maybe GME is just the best asset in the entire bear market. Maybe. Cat 170 good to try and get into if it falls below 170. Yeah, I think if you could get prices like entries below 170, they're very, very good. Jimmy bar rate down 33. Down to 33.9%. Yeah, I know. BBBY borrow rate up to 4.5. Interesting. That's a big fucking jump from yesterday, isn't it? Wasn't it at like 3? Do you think the SPY keeps falling into close tomorrow? It could fall pretty hard. As a matter of fact. Kind of want some 170 calls for next week. 370s. Pricey. Ah. Maybe I don't. I should mark 140 here because it's so important. What edition of securities analysis should I get? Oh, it doesn't really matter. A newer one? Thoughts on Vario now with its phase 3 trial success and COVID cases increasing? Could be a good buy. They still don't have approval though, right? I think that's still like a few months out. We bring out Stickleboy to provide some support for the SPY. Bro, I'm short the SPY. I'm not poking the fuck. I hope the SPY fucking falls to like 350. Is it bad for us that banks missed earnings? It's kind of bad for the economy, but I mean, so yes. Would you say you're bearish about the split? Not at all. Hey Gurk, been working, haven't had time to pop in. Have some SPY July 27, 356 piece. Jesus Christ. How long do you think I should hold them for? Next week, you know, the SPY could very well just start moving back up. How was PPI data this morning? Did anybody get a chance to check it? Or is it not out yet? $11.3. Cat dead? No. Hitting some lows though. Like I said, SLD is gonna hit it, right? See if you can get a good buy. If you want to go long on it, or don't touch it if you're afraid of it. First time buying SPY are 260% gains. Always this easy? No. Tootsie halted. Wait, seriously? No, it's not. It just doesn't trade any stock. Right? Is it fucking halted? Where is it? They're not saying. Yeah, it's not halted. Well, that's big on. Where is it? Hold on. That's big on June from poor risk management. I've decided I've been clawing back on spy puts and cat calls. Have been much better about limit sets. I've racked back about 1/3 of my losses in the last 3 weeks, but I'm a better trader. Thank you. Thank you, Draxix. I appreciate it. On unusual wills. Okay, that was yes. GME ripping. It's up like 2%. Are we at yesterday's high yet? No. Buy still coming down? $250,000 volume today? That's it? How do you know when SLD is? It's in the same day every month. My copy of options as a strategic investment arrived last week, and I have my paper trading account set up on IBKR to practice with. Awesome. Yeah, you got it. No problem. Can't decide on BBY calls before the meeting. Oh, that reminds me. Where's the fucking link for that? Do you have the link for that, Atomic, if you're around? XRT, small increase in shares outstanding, 400,000. Thanks, Mando. Jesus Christ, I'm a pain in my ass. Expectations for Bobby's shareholder meeting. I feel like news is inbound with the CEO departing. We'll see. Slow volume, spy taking, bullish as fuck. Maybe, or just a really good opportunity for them to clear out some shit. I need to wait till I can see some options coming in, which we've got like a minute of data on right now. Two. Mm-hmm. $34,000. I think I'm done for today. Kids have a doctor's appointment. Still think you're kind of funny and entertaining, but he's better than you. Thanks, Mickey D. I appreciate it. What's up, Regenerate? Fun fact, we're at August low from last year right now. That happened right before OPEX. We're at the August low from last year right before OPEX. Interesting. I'll send you the link for the BBBY meeting. Oh, thank you. Oh, fuck. I don't know what my control number is. Ah, fuck it. I don't care. How insane can we rip today if Cohen announces more purchase of Bobby? Pretty fucking hard, actually. Spy climbing back up. It's pretty confident my puts until the market opened. What are your expectations for tomorrow's OPEX? Tomorrow's not, well, tomorrow's the expiration, right? So I don't really have any. People are going to need to reposition their calls today, though, if the support in the options chain is going to continue into next week. Finally learning from my previous options mistakes. Picked up Jamie, Jan 950, October 390 at lows. Actually happy with my position for next week. Thanks for the knowledge, man. You got it, dude. Congratulations. Please stream Bobby Call. I can't. I don't have my fucking shareholders number. No, I really don't give a shit. Just go listen to it if you have the login. I'm not gonna bother like trying to dig one up. Let me know if anything crazy happens. Does BBBY put wall expire tomorrow? Also, you have a control number in your DMs from Atomic. Do I? No, I don't. Or can you stream it as a guest? That didn't look like it was an option. Still needs a control number. Oh, I see. I see where it is. Okay, we will stream it then. I found it. Is ups from ETF FTDs? Yeah, it very well could be. We have a lot of ETF FTDs today from May 26th. The volume was like 14 million that day. Interesting. I do feel like they're in a little less trouble today, but 140 staying in the money is good for the bull side. Why no triple halt like after March because of FTDs? Slow recovering? In March, you know, not March, but May, I think you're referring to. In May, there was in addition, there was, you know, a lot of gamma exposure. So the ETF FTD came in, and then also the gamma exposure. SPY resistances for today, tomorrow feel shaky, and like it'll hit the upper 360. Yeah, I think so. How does SPY look to you right now? Shitty. Maybe no full port calls until now versus right at open. Maybe? Are you logged into the meeting? Yeah, I'm logged in too. I got in. All basket swaps are ripping. Basket stocks? Do you know if Discord dorks will be able to listen to the BBBY call? No. I can't play like my computer audio through Discord. Can you just watch the first 5 seconds of a video I just sent you, please? It's a great way to start the day. In a minute. I'm really busy right now, man. What do you think of Tesla puts in honor of the new single stock ETF? I don't think the single stock ETFs make that much of a difference, honestly. They're just going to come in and buy a bunch of derivative contracts on the underlying, and that's it. I mean, they probably affect stock price less than actual ETFs. GME borrow rate down to 33.9. Yeah, I know, it dropped this morning. Can you talk OPEC's call positioning? I've always been an at the money buyer with significant theta. What is timing to enter for a presumed OPEC's run tomorrow morning? If this has already been discussed ad nauseum, disregard and uses to buy a beer. For OPEC's calls, yeah, I'm still buying further out, like August calls. I'm giving myself plenty of time. That way, you know, if there is no realization or there's a rug pull, I'll be able to get out and, you know, save my premium. I thought you said the ETF FTDs don't really contribute. No, ETF FTDs do contribute to positive price action. FTDs don't contribute to positive price action. You've got it backwards. They probably had some effect yesterday. They were kind of elevated yesterday. I put it in the daily DD, which apparently people don't read. Cog Magic. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. You'll be upgraded automatically, bro. Which one? I'm not banned from Reddit.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the deadly set. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Thank you so much, dude. Welcome your newest pigeon whale. Pigeon whales. Jettle, dude, thank you. Multiple pigeon whales today? Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I think you should already be added. Like, you should already automatically upgrade to Pigeon Whale, but let me know if you don't.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Smooth, thank you so much, man. Why can't I find... Up. Feels like a trap. How the fuck are those losing value? Oh. Tan Guy Marcel, thank you so much, man. Master Cornichon. I was trying to find the Pigeon Whale things, but I can't find them. Aha. Did find them. There it is. Cage just became a Pigeon Whale too. Where? Isn't DDS down? Yeah. I don't like that. Sneaky bitch. Spy going back down soon? Yeah, it's already started. Captain Ventus and MJ, thank you guys so much for becoming zillionaires. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after after the stream.
Birthday, Gurk.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Jimmy Burr rate is down. I'm aware. Oh shit, the Bobby call. Is that playing? It's not started yet. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Retail and consumer businesses. She has been instant on,
They're just like
and you'll hear
introducing
more from her
people.
shortly.
Relax.
As promised, we will be back with a public update by the end of next month. Your board continues to operate consistent with leading practices as outlined in our proxy statement and with independence, rigor, and integrity. The cadence and depth of the board's oversight have been appropriately intense as business performance faltered, and they continue to be so. Over this past fiscal year, ending February 26, 2022, the board more than doubled the number of meetings normally held on an annual basis, and we continue to meet frequently. Similarly, the board's 3 standing committees
Bro,
held
what the
numerous
fuck? A
special
billion-dollar
meetings
company
in
has hold
addition
music
to their
from the
regularly scheduled
70s.
sessions. For sure, the macro environment, which has buffeted our results, also increases the risk profile of our transition. Still, as we look inwardly, the board and management see the architecture of changes to deliver improved performance for all stakeholders and the pathways to restore our company to its mission, being the perfect destination for everything in and around the home. Turning to your board of directors, I would like to recognize and thank John Fleming, Virginia Roosterholz, and Mary Winston for their board service. They brought dedication and unique expertise and experience to our company. Each also served in a leadership capacity for the board, transforming governance, oversight, and executive compensation, and were important voices and support for recent decisions by the board on company leadership and strategy. Thank you. In addition, I'd like to recognize and welcome again Marjorie Bowen, Shelley Lombard, Ben Rosenzweig,
Roosterhole.
and Minesh Shah, who joined our board in March and quickly contributed to board
What?
deliberations and decision-making.
Thank you, Knuckleballer.
I would also like to mention the other directors of the company who are attending. Their full biographies are set forth in our 2022 proxy statement, which is available on the meeting website under the Meeting Materials section. Sue Gove, who is currently our interim CEO, Jeff Kirwan, Josh Schechter, Andrea Weiss, and Ann Yerger. Thank you to the board for its leadership, guidance, unity, and stewardship. I would also like to thank our associates who continue to be the front line of how we serve and support our customers and work with our suppliers and partners. In 2021, our focus was on innovation with new models for sales, delivery, and service, while working to keep our customers, communities, and each other safe during peak COVID. These priorities continue, of course, and now we look to our dedicated teams to quickly innovate and deploy changes to reverse our declines in top-line profitability and cash generation. Turning to today's proceedings, attending our meeting this morning is Arlene Hong, Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary, as well as other members of our senior management team. Also with us today is Susie Kim, Senior Vice President of Treasury and Investor Relations, as well as representatives of KPMG, the company's auditors. If you have questions for the auditors, please submit them using the Ask a Question field on the meeting website. I will act as chair of this meeting, and Ms. Hong will serve as secretary of the meeting and record the minutes. Now, it is my pleasure to turn over several of the business formalities to Ms. Hong.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. This morning, we are also joined by Mr. Peter Deskovich of IOE Services, Inc., who has been appointed as Inspector of Elections. Mr. Deskovich has taken the oath as Inspector of Election, and such oath has been provided to the company.
How a company with $5 billion in revenue can
The annual
$300
report,
million.
notice of annual meeting of shareholders and proxy statement dated June 1, 2022, and the proxy supplement provided to all shareholders of record at the close of business on May 16, 2022, the record date, are each available by clicking the applicable link under the meeting materials section of the meeting
bills have just got
webpage.
too high. I'll still be around when I can.
The affidavit of
Thanks,
Brokerage
Gherkin, everyone
Financial
else.
Services
I
attesting to the due
understand,
mailing
man.
of the
Thank you for
annual
the support
report,
while you could, AP. I
notice of this
appreciate
annual
it,
meeting
dude.
of shareholders, and the
Best of
proxy
luck to you,
statement
man.
to all shareholders has been provided to the company. A list of shareholders as of May 16, 2022, the record date, duly certified, is available for inspection by any shareholder during the meeting via the registered shareholder link on the meeting webpage. The Inspector of Election has issued a certificate of quorum, which states that on May 16, 2022, the record date, the total number of issued and outstanding shares of common stock of the company was 79,886,442 shares, and that there are present in person or by proxy a majority of shares constituting a quorum for the transaction of business. We will now proceed to the items to be voted on at this meeting. Shareholders attending this meeting may vote their shares online now through the closing of the polls by clicking the vote link on the meeting webpage and following the instructions provided. If you have previously voted by proxy and do not wish to change your vote will be cast as you previously instructed and no further action is required. The first order of business is the election to the board of 10 directors as set forth in Proposal 1 in the proxy statement. Upon recommendation of the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee, the Board of Directors has nominated for election to the board for one-year terms Harriet Edelman, Marjorie Bowen, Sue Gove, Jeff Kirwan, Shelley Lombard, Ben Rosenzweig, Josh Schechter, Minesh Shah, Andrea Weiss, and Ann Yerger. The Board of Directors recommends a vote for the approval of this proposal.
Yeah.
The next order of business is the ratification of the appointment of KPMG LLP as the company's independent auditors for fiscal year 2022, as set forth as Proposal 2 in the proxy statement.
Why the fuck would Ryan Cohen
The Board of Directors recommends a vote in favor of this proposal. The next order of business is to consider approval by non-binding vote of the 2021 compensation paid to the company's named executive officers,
I don't think you can.
commonly known as a say-on-pay proposal, as set forth in Proposal 3 in the proxy statement.
Like, I don't have like anything
The
set
Board
up
of Directors
to do
recommends
that.
a vote in favor of this proposal.
Yeah, the
As that
gifting
was
is
the last
random.
matter called to vote, and with everyone having had the opportunity to vote, I now declare the polls closed with respect to all three items. Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Arlene. Before we announce the preliminary voting results, I want to again thank our shareholders for attending today. I have been provided with the inspector's preliminary voting results. Based upon the preliminary results, I declare that the 10 persons nominated as directors have been duly elected as directors. The proposal to ratify the appointment of KPMG LLP as independent auditors for fiscal year 2022 has been approved. And finally, the proposal to approve by non-binding vote the 2021 compensation paid to the company's named executive officers has been approved. Please be reminded that all votes are subject to final count certified by the Inspector of Election, and such final results will be set forth in a Form 8-K to be timely filed with the SEC. I direct that the Inspector's preliminary report be filed with the minutes of this meeting and that the proxies and ballots submitted to this meeting be filed with the records of the company. There being no further business to come before the meeting is adjourned. I would now like to turn to Sue Gove, Interim Chief Executive Officer and member of the Board of Directors.
Thank you, Harriet, and thank you everyone for joining this morning. I am honored to be speaking with you all today as Bed Bath & Beyond's Interim CEO in addition to my role as a director. I have been a longtime customer across all of our banners and have developed an even deeper appreciation for our company and team since joining the board several years ago. I strongly believe in the potential for our business and am committed to driving improvement for all of our stakeholders during this important time. Today, I would like to underscore some of the key themes from our first quarter earnings call 2 weeks ago. Like many of our retail peers, Bed Bath & Beyond is facing a difficult macro environment. However, even during these periods of industry-wide challenges, our shareholders, associates, customers, and partners all expect more from us, and I couldn't agree more. Our performance has not met our expectations or yours, and we must deliver better results. We have the products and the people to help our customers through their key life moments across Bed Bath & Beyond, buybuy BABY, and Harmon. There are several areas within our business that I consider to be working well, and I'd like to highlight some of these successes. Own Brands has a place in our assortment, particularly with the introduction of new opening price points within a label like Simply Essential. We are pleased with where buybuy BABY is positioned in the marketplace and continue to see exciting potential. Our core omnichannel and digital competencies have grown through services such as buy online, pick up in store, BOPUS, and same-day delivery answers the evolving needs of our customers. Finally, our new loyalty program, Welcome Rewards, launched online and in select stores earlier this month, and we are encouraged by early reaction. In fact, more than 1 million customers signed up for the new program in the first 2 weeks. We will continue supporting these endeavors in addition to our ongoing work with the supply chain and technology investments that are already underway as we drive operational excellence. In the near term, we have very clear priorities for where we must see improving results to drive shareholder value. First, we must focus resources on driving traffic to stores and digital platforms. We also must prioritize how we are serving customers to recapture market share. I believe a lot of this work is done in a back-to-basics mantra that prioritizes knowing our customer and delivering the experiences they deserve wherever they interact with us. For example, our offerings and brands need to better balance what our customer wants, and our inventory needs to be refined to reflect it. Equally, we must become a more efficient and profitable business by focusing on operational excellence. We must stabilize the company's supply chain, reduce costs, lower inventory, and strengthen our balance sheet. We are working with urgency in our efforts, and we are very focused on finding the best opportunities available to maximize value for all stakeholders. These initiatives would not be possible without the efforts of our leaders and associates who work tirelessly to serve our customers and communities. As we navigate the near term, an equally important priority will be to preserve and empower our passionate and dedicated associate community during this critical time. Over the years, the commitment of our teams has enabled us to navigate challenging macroeconomic conditions, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Our teams have also helped provide a sense of home to the communities we serve through national and local partnerships like Good 360 and Rebuilding Together, where our associates' collective power helps make a difference for those in need. Our people are this company's greatest asset, and we will continue to support them in return. Before I turn the call over to Susie for questions, I want to reiterate my belief in our ability to drive improvement and my optimism in the future for our company. We look forward to updating you on our continued progress by the end of next month.
Thank you, Sue. At this time, we will address shareholder questions. If you have a question, please use the Ask a Question field on the meeting website. We encourage you to provide your name and email address when submitting a question. In addition to Harriet and Sue, we also have our Chief Financial Officer, Gustavo Arnal, present to assist with questions. Please note we will attempt to answer as many questions as time allows. We ask that you please observe the rules of conduct that appear on the meeting website. Questions relevant to the meeting or the interests of all shareholders will be addressed first. In the interest of time and fairness, each shareholder is limited to 2 questions. If we do not have sufficient time to answer your question, please contact our investor relations team at ir@bedbath.com following today's meeting. While we monitor the queue for live questions, we will begin with those that have been pre-submitted. And for our first question, given where the stock is currently trading, what are you doing right now or plan to do in the near future to increase the stock price and shareholder value?
Good morning. This is Sue. The next several weeks and months are critically important. We're developing immediate action plans to balance our assortment and to drive our business. Our loyalty program, as well as this year's Back to College,
I haven't been paying
are
attention.
exciting examples of how some of our customer-facing initiatives are going into place to drive traffic.
Around taking care of that.
Supply chain stabilization is another priority. In addition, we're taking action to align our cost structure with our sales. Gustavo, do you have a few things to add?
Yeah, so as you said, we've already taken actions immediately to reduce capital spending and manage some of our investments. We continue scrutinizing costs and ensuring that each of our investments have the right return. In a nutshell, we are committed to drive our cost structure and align it with sales.
For our next question, how is the changeover of products from name brands to house brands affecting sales and profit?
Mod me and you'll never have to worry about offensive comments again.
We have an opportunity to optimize
what about your
balance
offensive
between
comments?
National brands, direct-to-consumer brands, and our own brands to ensure that we have the right assortment for our customers.
What the fuck is going on?
Expect to hear much more about this at our next update. As we've previously stated, there is clearly a place in our assortment for own brands.
Yeah.
As an example, Simply Essential is right on target for customers seeking great quality at entry-level price points.
And now a question from our live Q&A. What are your plans for BBBY Baby? Do you intend to keep and grow it, spin it off as a separate company, or sell it?
Thank you, Susie. This is Harriet. The strategy committee of our board has done a great deal of work evaluating the potential of our BBBY Baby business. The analysis to date has confirmed and dimensionalized the attractiveness and potential of BBBY Baby and identified several options for this business. The committee is working closely with the board and both strategic and financial advisors to properly assess value potential.
Yeah, you guys knock it the
Once a
fuck off.
specific
All
path
right.
is determined, the board will consider all shareholder and capital implications, discuss it with management and our advisors, and update you
Are
when
any of
the
the
work is
mods
complete.
around? I wasn't really paying attention to the
Thank you,
chat. I'm
Harriet.
looking at other
Another
shit, but
question from our live queue as well as pre-submitted. In a Bye Bye Baby spinoff, would you consider distributing a portion of the company shares to BBBY shareholders as a dividend?
Well, as I mentioned, first we have to determine a specific path, and then the board will consider all options before it, and again, look forward to an update in the future.
And next, have you considered potential boost to sales through old-fashioned floor demonstrations of products or other ways to explain the product so more people will take it to the register?
fucking ridiculous.
First, thank you for the suggestion. Our top priority is to recapture market share and answer the needs
Don't you
of
guys
our
have some like
customers.
incel sub forum to go
Excitement,
hang out in?
discovery, and inspiration are all important aspects
Unbelievable.
of engaging with our banners. We are leaving no stone unturned, reviewing all ways that we can drive traffic both into our stores and online.
The next question, how does the board intend to reduce debt?
I'll take that. Look, as Sue said, we're focused on improving our sales performance and our inventory position. With that, we are confident that will drive cash flow generation. As I said, we are committed to reduce costs and manage every investment very responsibly, and that will, in fact, enable
Yeah, they didn't really say
optimization of the balance
anything
sheet.
about baby. It's
Great.
kind of
And we
just,
have time for one
they
more
just
question.
said nothing.
Do you believe the board is currently at the appropriate size?
Thank you, Susie. I'll take this. Currently, our board size is 10, including Sue. And I think in my experiences that companies that are at our revenue and operational size and scale might range between 9 and 11 members. We are very satisfied with the diversity and expertise and experience that each member and collectively brings. This enables us to populate our standing committees and our strategy committee and conduct business and provide responsible oversight.
Thank you, Harriet. That is all the time we have for questions today. We thank you for joining us this morning.
This now concludes the meeting. Thank you for joining, and have a pleasant day.
Well, that was just a bunch of fucking nothing. I don't understand the sexism in chat and the misogyny, but that's not acceptable. Whether you agree with the executives or not has nothing to do with their gender. Grow the fuck up. That was almost as awful as GME earnings call. At least they took questions and they didn't answer any of them. Yeah, right? Maybe you'd be sitting on the board and sharing something if you had half the expertise those women do. You know? Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of the way they handled that meeting at all. The market doesn't seem to care though. Made 18% off Tesla puts. Thanks for all you do. Awesome, nuns. Congratulations. At will enjoyment. Thank you so much, dude. I fully agree. Hey, Garrick, with July put wall expiring tomorrow, is there evidence of them rolling this forward or placing a new put wall? Currently, I don't see anything. I see a lot of bought calls, not very many sold puts. Open interest expiring tomorrow is still 136,000. August, some puts. So they've moved some puts to August. Some in January, but far lower numbers. I can't tell if they're trying to back off or they're not backing off quickly enough, or they're trying to like slowly back off. There is some short buildup in August at 6, 5, and 4. But above 6, not much. Expiring tomorrow, like, Jesus Christ. 30,000 puts, something like that. A lot of calls too, but more. 6, 10, 16. $25, 16, 50, 58,000 puts, something like it's fucking a huge number. And the ones out in August aren't nearly as high. We'll see though. I mean, OI updates at the end of the day, right? At least they mentioned omni-channel. I know, thank God. Have you bought any NFTs from the market yet? Fuck no. How these calls never induce any excitement? They all sound like they're dying. Yeah. I mean, they don't. These calls never induce excitement. I've listened to thousands of earnings calls and they're all pretty dull. They usually try not to say too much. It does feel a lot more like RC now though, right? Like there's that reserved like statements, like the BBBY's earnings calls and stuff even just a couple months ago were far more telling than they are now. I think that's a little bit of a sign of RC's influence. Yeah, no problem, Govora. Seems that the shareholders meetings are extremely scripted as to not get company in legal troubles. Yeah. Are the headphones? Oh, so I could listen to the meeting. There's a video that splits Jag up their derivatives and swaps to where they have to renegotiate stuff. Yeah, they don't really. I saw the video. I mean, it's just like refinancing loans, right? Are you waiting for tomorrow for the weekly ecology hedging for the downside? We'll see. Today's gotten a little bit uninteresting as the SPY chops on this resistance that it's building up here. Volume's trickling down to, well, nothing. And the price action's super erratic. Like the SPY was going up here and we went down. And then the SPY went up, and we went up with it. It's volatile, right? Isn't it supposed to be boring? Yeah. It doesn't, the problem with that though is it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in shareholders. There's some video posted, I saw that. Made 16K on SPY puts this AM, got stopped out around 372.50. Looking for a re-entry into puts later today. Where do you see us retesting? 374, 375. There's a gap at 376.75, but that seems high. I don't know. I think the SPY might just continue to push down. We'll see. I don't know if it'll move back up to open. That would require quite a bit of volume. All right, like this. I don't even want to have positions on GME right now at all. Some more fucking weekly calls. I'll just wait for them to sell off. Anybody buying anything further out yet? No, 150C sold. 130C's bought. Who the fuck is buying those? Foti, good entry for cat today. Next support. Next support to the downside on cat is, it might have already traded below it. Yeah, it's already falling a little bit below the next support to the downside. The next significant like level is probably looks like 167.28. But it's already fallen below the previous trend. I think it's a pretty good entry, provided there's a turnaround in the market next week. Opinion on the 250 million swap that came in according to Linexis. Yeah, none. The only swap that came in at that time on SDR shows that it was canceled. So, I mean, if the trade wasn't executed, I don't see what effect it would have. Other than that, I don't see any other, like, I saw it placed, canceled, and then that was it. There was no like there was no print that like carried over. And I mean, it looked like it was like a performance swap, so not super compelling, I don't think. JFresh in shambles? Really? He has like a lot of theta. Is that a trend line? Where? How about a straddle 145C, 145P? We cover both possibilities. I mean, I have 150 calls and 950s in decent quantities. For August. August and January. I don't think I want to straddle. Thoughts on price action, still looking for entry. Tentatively, I mean, I'm not moving it into anything super long. I'm starting to think that the financial world won't crumble due to meme stock shareholder meetings. Yeah, probably not. No, climbing up on no volume isn't shocking anybody. Celsius declared bankruptcy. Ooh. Big sell-off at 150. On a rejection of 150 we could. There's a lot of fucking OI at 150. If it crosses 150, it's gonna hedge more to the upside, right? Stocks just go up, am I right? Right now. Using my Pigeonwell free chat to demand the full bull song when we break 150. Alright, fine. Except I'm still not gonna be full bull. So just know that I'll play it for you. But I'm not gonna feel it. It just looks like call buying. It's just more call buying. I mean, I don't know if it looks bad for OPEX, but it looks fucking terrible for tomorrow. If longs are smart, now don't get me wrong, like if longs roll out today and tomorrow, which will cause a drop in price in the near term, but if they roll out their weekly positions, then, you know, this positive hedge can sustain through the weekend. But I don't see them doing that right now. I see them closing them and buying back in. Like some were closed here, but then, you know, more were bought here. But I'm not seeing a lot. I'm not seeing a lot of like positions opening up further out. Like everything's still for fucking July 15th. And that's not good, right? Especially because tomorrow's July 15th. Using my billionaire chat to request the full bear song. Thank you so much, Cobra. I don't have one. Selling all my shares and buying at the money leaps. Let's go. How nuts is it they're about to tap June's high before this OPEX? It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's from 148.50. Also not good. Remember November? Full bull is an inauthentic full bull is better than no full bull at all. Fair enough. Made 18%. How nuts is it they're about to tap June's high? Reserving my spot at 150. Thank you, Cage. JFresh posted an update. Calls for this week are closing. Calls for next week are opening. When? There we go. Are they rolling forward the puts too? Unbalanced delta dropping. July 22nd opening. I don't see the increase in like the synthetic long position though. Still seeing a massive positive hedge. Okay. Time to go full bull. I really want to see them roll those like sold puts out. Well, I guess they can just capture the fucking the premiums. They don't really need to. Looking to open a position 20K and shares to the split. Do you think a dip is possible? It looks really strong. You know, we're not going down with the market, so if people keep buying calls, it's going to keep pushing up. If there's an opportunity for a dip, it'll be when calls are closed tomorrow, but it looks like they're already rolling out today, which I suspect is institutional. It's small, but there are some. YouTube gave me a $5 super chat to support my favorite YouTube creator. You're the man, Gurk. Thank you so much, Blazin' Biznell. Fuck it. Just set stops on them, right? Trend line from 940 to 1030 on GME. 940 to 1030. Yeah. The uptrend? Like this? Seems pretty obvious. We could just go even further back. Ascending trends are not bullish, though. And slow grinding up like this is generally does not end well for GameStop. But we'll see. I still expect obligations to be due. August 180, 200 really moving. Your orders are going nuts. I know. I made 6 figures on 270, 380p. Here's some money, you beautiful hairy man. Nice, dude. Waiting for OPEX is killing me. Buy pressure just isn't abating right now. I agree. This run is opposite of what would be better for us. It's ironic, right? So buy calls for next week. I'm not really a fan of the weeklies for next week. I'm buying a little further out than that. You can, but just remember it's like a trade. It's not really like an option, like a swing position. You're my second favorite YouTuber, but the one I watch the most. Thanks, JC. The price on calls just went up on that red candle. So weird. Yeah, it's really strange. I wonder why. Now that you bought calls, they'll tank it. Cool, I have puts. I mean, the IV on GameStop has barely increased past like 105. But we have no volume, right? Like 1.37 million volume is not going to significantly bump the IV. You need volume for an IV spike, DJD. Low price is better because what? Calls are inexpensive? Yeah. Calls and shares are inexpensive. So you get more leverage. A lot of this rising price action is keeping retail from buying further dated calls, which is problematic. That's fine. Strong call. Did you buy puts or sell your calls? I bought calls. Thanks for everything. Curious if critical margin theory is complete FUD. I mean, it's horse shit. So it's not FUD. It's meaningless. I want to hear your thoughts on the SEC changes yesterday to ETFs. I don't think they're going to have a very big effect. I mean, you're going to have ETFs coming in buying derivative positions, right? That's how they gain exposure. That's how they get like 1.5x or 2x or 3x exposure, is by trading derivatives on the underlying. It's fun. I mean, it may be one of the most fun things to happen to retail traders, at least, in quite some time. Believe me, when I get my 2x cat ETF, I'm going deep. Bubba looking like a good entry for the long side. No. I mean, this can come down a lot further, and there's like new COVID scares and possible lockdowns in China. I'd be really careful trying to go long Baba at these prices. It just slipped below like the 107 support. I shorted Baba at the beginning of this week. Well, I didn't short it, but I bought puts. 5x DDS ETF. Dude, if an ETF bought that many calls on DDS, it would short squeeze. One of the funniest things in this saga has been RSS crying about naked shorting. First thing options is a strategic teaches is how to sell naked calls. Yeah. I'm gonna start a cat covered call ETF. Want to join? Oh God, no! It's way too volatile to. If I was a cat shareholder, I would probably not sell covered calls very often. What's your outlook on the SPY today? Still looks like a piece of shit. You're my least favorite YouTuber, but the one I watch the most. I know, Koala Hugger. Wait a minute. You mean to say the trend line over the top of the candles doesn't accurately describe the complexities of margin requirements and continuously variable cost to borrow? No way. Way. Way, dork. This is the only YouTube channel that gives Redditor Media any competition for my favorite YouTube channel. Red Letter Media. That's the highest compliment I can offer someone. Thank you, Wudlorf. I appreciate it. I've watched 20 minutes, 20 million in volume and no price improvement. Why is it so critical? Which Wait, Hi-Fi Award Tour. I don't know what you're referring to. Do you know anything about FCX? No? The mining company? Gold, copper, and molybdenum? Copper refinery? Yeah, I don't know anything about them. I'm not a big fan of mining companies, generally speaking. Hmm. So many covered calls. Curious. All right. I feel like I should sell off my SPX calls. I don't like this. I don't like this. Give me a second. Let's check out my SPX calls real fast. Yeah, I'll take that. Please go deep, Dad. How the fuck is Jimmy inversing the entire market this much? Am I the only one that finds this mind-blowing and suspect? No. Dork is a shill. There, I said it. You did. Jimmy, minus 18% year to date. QQQ, negative 22% year to date. Here's the meme stack now. Wait, but start in November and do the same calculation. J2DP. When Gerd Calf NFT on that Jamie NFT marketplace, you could fleece us so much money if you minted like 100 of those. No, I'm not doing it. Can you please explain the significance of the most important date of the year, Bastille Day? I think it means that you've seen 20 million in volume pass on GME before without price improvement. Probably a range of days, but this idea is just trash. DW. Yeah, I mean, the amount of volume passing and price improvement have very little to do with each other. Price improvement with volume improves volatility or increases volatility. We're not getting price improvement with volume. We're getting price improvement on extremely low volume. That's why volatility is not moving up. How do you feel about hedging upside risk with 60 DTE VIX puts? You could, although the VIX has remained fairly elevated for the last few months. Eric Baba Kanyan, Girk, sitting on my cash and waiting to get in. If we don't get rug pulled tomorrow, like June OPEX, what would your expectation be going into July OPEX with positive GACs? Full bull? No. Right? Like, so, I would have to see how many calls get sold Friday versus how many get exercised. So for me, like, I'm willing to wait until Monday or Tuesday to buy calls. Like I don't really give a shit either way, right? And that's fine. Like I'm perfectly okay with that outcome. Like if I have to pay an extra $200 premium a contract or whatever, I'll do it. But if a lot of these like synthetic longs get exercised, that could change things drastically, right? And with the, 130's $18 in the money right now. There's a good chance we could see them exercise. The ones that are still holding on, at least. I've got 819 200s. An equal number of 729 100p be a decent hedge for any downside through Wednesday. No, like those aren't going to print at all. Nugsy, those are really way too far out of the money. Like GameStop doesn't generally move down really hard. Even when they're intentionally shorting it, we rarely pick up volatility to the downside. Right? They're short volatility, so they don't want, when they're decreasing the price, they don't want volatility to go up. Can you look at Ivy on the chart and explain why June 17th Ivy did that? Did what? Bumped? Like when it hit 140? We ran up super hard on June 17th. Remember? That's why everyone's tits were all jacked for OPEX. We thought they were pulling in November, and we were fucking running it. Like everyone bought in on Thursday, and then fucking Ivy spiked hard Friday. It looked great. This is kind of the different than that, right? We have no Ivy spike right now, which is shitty and weird. Will you mint your deep piercing brown eyes in the GME marketplace, please? No. Are we looking at the third day in a row of a steady climb until a slide back down at 310? Third day in a row. Yeah, it's more than that. We've been steadily climbing for like over a week now. What do you think the SPY ceiling is today before boom downs? I don't know. I closed my like far out of the money calls, or my far out of the money puts, and far in the money puts. I might close my out of the money puts if this breaks VWAP. Like if we get volume on VWAP, I'm gonna close these too. This is just like another bear flag, but it's starting to break up a little, and I don't like that. We haven't dropped a lot for SLD, like historically, but we've dropped enough for SLD. So in this range, like I wouldn't be confident like going even more short in this range. Yeah, fuck that. DM, what do we got? What's this for? It's for Bobby? 750 Jan 2023 puts. Okay. Yeah, it looked like they were positioning in August a little bit too. Weeklies are back. Jesus Christ. They shot up so fast. Baba cuts 1/3 of its investment team. Interesting. Thoughts on banks going into Monday? I don't know. I don't like that JPM missed. I was looking for that as like a bit of a leading indicator. So I may stay away from the bank play. It might do well too, but I don't like the JPM missed. Maybe next quarter. Not enough profits from the increase in interest rate yet. My head in my hand, I can't understand. Do puts cost same like shares? When next contest? Next contest for I don't know what you're talking about, Lawrence. Oh, we're doing like limericks and shit. Is that what you mean? Why are they trying to make your eyes non-fungible? They're so fungible. They perfectly timed the bottom on SPY puts. Entered yesterday, we broke down from 381.50. Sold this morning below 372. Maybe, I don't know. The SPY could definitely fail this test and continue down into the rest of today. It's just risky to move into short positions on it at this point. It's already dropped so much since, like the beginning of this week that it's just dangerous now to try to play the downside. So if you're already in it, awesome. But if you're not, like, pretty risky. But yeah, I mean, you hit the low for this morning. And depending on where you're, like, you had puts for tomorrow, so, you're kind of like stuck there between, theta and profits, and I think taking profits at that point solid. Is it cat call time below 170 is insane. Thinking of 170, 175s might not be bad. Waiting for SPY turnaround signaling end of SLD. Yep. I'm doing alright, pork fried rice, man. How you doing, man? Not really haiku, limerick, poem, sonnet. These are better. Ugh. Should I buy before GME splits? I mean, yeah, probably. It's up to you, though. Is it better? Historically, it's better to buy a stock before it splits than after. Maybe after it splits, my brokers will finally start treating it like a marginable stock. If you're only planning to buy a small number of calls for OPEX, is it important to have multiple strike prices? No, not if you're buying a small number of calls. It's more where you position them that's important, right? Turn around less than 48 hours before inflation numbers. Isn't that a bit optimistic? I'm not saying it's going to fully turn around, but it could stagnate in this range. And if you buy puts, especially ones expiring today, you may not, there may not be more like juice to squeeze out of this, right? Like, in the fucking last week, we've gone from a high of like 391 down to $20. It's hoping for more, not necessarily gonna happen, right? Like, you're hoping for the push down into this lower range, sub 366 or like 371, and down here to like the previous low. But that's not necessarily going to happen. You know, the Fed's last announcement is still bullish into September, right? So don't get me wrong, if the Fed then comes back with the new CPI data and announces that they're going to do 100 and then like maintain 75 into September, that'll have a different effect. But and while this could, you know, slip a little further than it's at right now, you're going to get in and maybe not realize it, right? So I think if you're trying to go short the SPY at this point, you've missed the boat. And then usually, historically, after Monday, it starts rising again, right? After the SLD deposits are complete. So not a lot of time left for it to drop. Fed Waller's sending out blurbs. Nice. Knocking on 150. There's a lot of OI here. 8,000 calls at 150. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this MOASS? No. Not unless we're going to just slow crawl all the way up to millions of dollars. 150, here we go. Full bull. All right, you got it.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. Green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be vulnerable, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be vulnerable, I can be anything you like.
Just tuning into the stream. Do you mind summing things up? Do you expect to see a pullback into the end of the week? We could. Watch your downside. I mean, that's all you can do at this point. I was more excited about hearing full bull than my calls going in the... Thank you, Eric. Does remaining neutral keep IV from spiking? A little bit. That was amazing. I think I need a cigarette now. Was it good for you too? It was pretty fun. I still can't throw caution to the wind, right? Whether people admit it or not. Too much is at risk. Let me fucking tell you, Gurk, there's no better feeling than candles ticking up at the same rate as my bull emoji spams. Candle per bull emoji, one might say. A user. There was once a man from Nantucket who lost so much money he said, fuck it. He joined the 950 crew, say, how did you do? And now he's homeless and bankrupt. Not technically a limerick, but beautifully put. You got it, Slagathor. Safe to say no one knows what's going on. I mean, we know what's going on, but FOMO's unpredictable, right? You can't define sentiment. This is why, you know, no matter how many computer models and mathematicians you have working for you, you still don't always win. And if people are going to start rolling out long positions into next week, that continues to stabilize the floor. Since 150 has all the same numbers as 510, can we hear 510 gang next? Sure. Oh, shit. There we go. Where is it? There it is. JFresh has time on his puts.
We don't give a shit about theta, it's pure science, just look at the data. Less than 30
So we have a trend line of the value of critical margin. That DD's horseshit, Alien.
And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do, take your profits and walk? I said, fuck no, man, I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit, show my gains to Gurk like a first place ribbon on a
Are covered calls safe? I think they're pretty risky.
Ruffle, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army.
Yeah, ETF FTVs are helping.
Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Danwork, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimus, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buffdan, JG.
I'm still buying like really far out of the money. Because I still don't trust like the near term price action. So like I'm not buying like 150s or like 160s. I have a couple 150s, but not many. And they're for August. Five 150s. I have almost 50 950s right now. I have some October 390s because when they were mispriced yesterday, but that's it. What is SLD asking? Asking for a dem friend. Supplemental liquidity deposits for FINRA margin. Absolutely. Check out the musicians that contribute all of the music to this channel. The links for their music is right there where Fluffy posted it. Whoever made that one is talented. Nice work. When is the new FTD data coming out? That was the one I just played is Terran for hire, Dan for hire. How do they get it down with XRT on Reg Show and no shares available to borrow? XRT being on Reg Show doesn't stop them from using it. You missed a Ko-Fi? Oh, sorry. Does this change your opinion on a run next week? Seems very similar to November, May. It might be a Freg's Day Part 3. No, I agree. I'm still being really cautious with my entries and stuff. I don't trust it. I'm getting exposure slowly, but not a ton. Who created all these awesome songs you play? Was it different people? Yeah, the Fluffy, the moderator, put a link up above. If you want to check them out on the Discord. SLD could be the reason the metals crashed today. Possibly. I mean, also just the market coming down. Probably going to keep it under 150. We'll see. I mean, the push below 150 is likely near dated calls selling off. Like 1 DTEs. This is just like, tapping a resistance, and we're seeing some sell off and then very early recovery, which continues to remain bullish. Junior De La Cruz, what's the cheapest price you think someone might be able to get some shares before the split? No idea, man. Could be 150 if nothing changes right now. There's still time for institutions to come in next week if they want to buy in pre-split, right? So be aware of that. I think the best opportunity will be if we see a repositioning of longs tomorrow or today. Like into the end of today or tomorrow. Can you drag the pigeon wheels down a bit so we can see the SPY ticker on the left? Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. 1 second. I believe in commandeered one of the soundtracks. I still have 75% of my capital and cash for OPEX. Yeah, I'm a little higher than that for what I set aside. If the stock splits so much that it becomes infinitesimally cheaper, can we DRS the entire float then? If you try really hard, sure. How's the SPY looking? Doing okay. Kind of about to hit open right now. And there's resistance here at 374, so we'll see how much it can push up. Getting some momentum though. Test here. Volume's picking up. Yeah, so that's good. Interesting. LA is getting more COVID cases. Something. Yeah. Bullshit. Can you update Wyckoff? Yeah, I could. I mean, where we're currently trading is like another phase C entry, right? Or like phase C, phase D, possibly. Hold on, trading view is not working. Nope. There we go. 1 hour. Sure. So this could be considered like the spring and test, right? And then we see consolidation. And this could be like the phase D breakout. It's phase C. That would be kind of crazy, though. Possible, but it'd be kind of crazy. I'm not seeing the institutional interest to back that up, but like it's a lot different when we were back here. See, like the volume doesn't really support the Wyckoff trend. Because back here, you know, we saw like very high volume, right? And that supports accumulation. But then this just looks distributive. I guess we have it's a little volume here. This increasing volume is good. But the volume's still really low these last, like... Even though it's going up slightly, it's still really, really low. Especially when compared to, like, even June OPEX or May OPEX. But yeah, it's possible. I don't like it. It's a little imprecise. Thoughts on calls for Snap for earnings next week? Interesting. Could be bullish. I wouldn't go very far out of the money, but it could be bullish. Remember they priced down on those, like, the CEO's expectations. All models are wrong, but some are useful. Yeah, 510 song slaps. I love this community. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Netflix and Shill. Just got here. I was gonna ask what happened in Panic, but you still have your shirt on, so I guess I missed nothing. Can you check my thinking on how we're different from June 1st? One can't kick 28 days from June due on the 15th to July OPEX on the 15th. Split on the 18th, but uncertain how this affects price action. Me starting a 7-day fast. Guess the wild card is if weeklies roll. Yeah, I think so. I think if we see positive delta pick up into next week, we're in a good place. The real question here is how much of those, like, deep in the money calls that are being held are institutional. Like, we haven't gone up enough for people to really cashless exercise, like, 130s, right? Like, it's not worthwhile. So, yeah, I mean, it really depends on if we see a lot of these, like, 130 and 120 calls exercised. If we see them sold, you know, it's probably going to bring the price down. People holding on to 70% and up cash waiting to enter. Meanwhile, they could enter now and push it up even more. I think it's because the stability of the run does not exude confidence, D-Pipe. I'm starting to feel FOMO. I don't know. I'm just buying in slowly and out of the money. I don't want, like, I still don't want exposure to Delta, right? More strikes added to the August chain. Interesting. What was this at before? 240, right? Ooh. Why is the Vega underpriced on the far? That feels like way off for 290s. That's 290. All right. $240s were better anyway. I wanted to check September. $250s. Just no open interest on them though. October 250s. 22. It's not bad. Some interest there. 300s, 18. 6. $5 a contract. Today the last day to buy in. Still wanting that dip. How do you minimize delta exposure? By buying contracts that don't have a lot of delta. Please explain to me why you don't think there will be a rug pull after the date of record of the dividend, July 15. So dip on Monday. I mean, the date of record for the dividend's kind of an irrelevant date, Stefan. It doesn't affect anything. So it doesn't matter. And it's superseded by the due bill on the broker side anyway. Cashless exercise, what mean? If you have a margin account, you can exercise the contract in the money for basically like the difference between like spot and strike as shares. So essentially they exercise the contract, sell off shares and give you the remainder. If you exercise a call, let's say at 140C this Friday, how many shares do you end up with? If you exercise cover to sell, exercise cover to sell a 140C, and we're only up $8 from that, right? So you'd get $800 worth of shares at $140 strike. How much of a dip do you expect after the split? Oh, there's no way to know. We could sell off post split. We could see FOMO post split. That's super fucking, like, usually you see a sell off, but GameStop being at, like $30 or something, or $40, is very it could be very, very compelling for a lot of people that couldn't afford it before. Jimmy looked like she finna bust, but busting real slow. Overall, what August call options are the most attractive to you? Trying to minimize my risk a little bit. I mean, probably like 2. Right now, I'm really not probably looking at anything. I bought some 150s earlier. Maybe 200s don't look terrible. They're actually even a little cheaper than they were a couple days ago, so those aren't terrible. 180s aren't so bad, but they have like a fairly high delta, right? They're like 0.32. I like the 200s and the 210s because they're like around that 0.2 range in delta, so not overly exposed if we get rug pulled. They won't feel the effects so much. Whatever happens to the rest of OPEX to Jimmy, do you expect the same for the whole basket? Possibly other stocks could see Jimmy's recent ups next week. Possibly. We may see some pressure on BBBY, although it looks like they're already working to actively suppress that. But it will also create liquidity. That means it could get shorted heavily. Yes, it's true. Doesn't a dividend mean we would need to sell off for it to even go down to a quarter value? Even if that's institutional selling? Well, no, it doesn't. The price of the stock will be divided by 4. You mentioned cashless exercise earlier. Can you explain that? I thought you always needed the cash in your port to buy at your strike. If you're on a margin account and you have sufficient margin, you can cashless exercise, which will exercise like the difference in your contract. So, if you have a $100 strike and we're trading at 150, You know, you have $50 premium, right? And you have $50 premium that you can, you know, exercise. And so what they do is they you essentially exercise the contract and get shares equal to the premium difference. So they exercise. I can go a little deeper. So they exercise, you know, $100, right, which is $10,000. The current value of their shares is $15,000. Right, and so you know they sell off $10,000 worth of shares, and you get the remainder. August 19, the monthly contract is what I've been buying. Come on, Jimmy, why you fronting on Green Daddy Girk like this? You moving too slow, and best get to bussin'. You gotta pipe it up so Girk can pipe down. Nah, mean. Thank you, Daniel Supreme. Well said. I'm gonna break even on the first put I've ever bought back in April 2021. It's a SPY Jan 2023, 395. Nice. Sell for even money, hold. It's up to you, man. I mean, you should be up quite a bit, right? I'm in roughly 40% of my OPEX position. Gonna wait for tomorrow for the rest. Thoughts? I don't know how much more I'll buy today. Baba did an intraday split. They're in a different market, right? Baba's a Chinese stock. I don't really think those same rules apply. Baba tanking? Well, that's good for that guy who asked if he should go long on it, right? I hope you didn't go long on it. Now the cat's at 168. Are you gonna enter a position? Probably, yeah. I don't have to do it today, do I? Jesus. Spy prepping for round 2 to the downside. No, still looks strong. I think you would consider this a bullish reversal. It's not a bullish reversal on the long term. Like on the longer time scale, this is fucking still garbage. But you know, for today, it's a bullish reversal. It could come back up to like 375-ish, maybe, if it can break. Moving up beyond that would be maybe a chance to. I really don't like going long still till after tomorrow. Possible November rug pull tomorrow. More like June, I think. How's call flow? Let me take a look. I know most of our volume today is still delta volume. Yeah, 121.8% of our volume today from call hedging. Currently, I mean, like, net delta is really not increasing right now. We're not super positive. Lots of July 150 Cs sold off. July 22nd, 200 Ps. I can't tell if those are sold or not. 200 Cs. Some farther dated options moving around. Not a lot of them, but some. Utilization's been at 100% for fucking months. The fucking Ortex data is bullshit. Still feel like they could crush the price on us. Yeah, I'm still not buying anything near the money. Can you explain how the 950 Cs are used to make money? Sure, what do you want to know? IV goes up. They're at the top of the smile, so IV goes up on them even more. They're very far dated, so they have decent Vega sensitivity given their strike. And very low exposure to delta, so they're really unaffected, mostly unaffected by changes in price and more affected by changes in volume and volatility. Well, just IV, right? So when IV goes up, the price of those contracts goes up. Do you still have SPY puts? No, I closed the SPX and SPY puts earlier on the test of like 372 when it bounced back. Before it broke back up through VWAP. SPY ripping, that's why. Sorry if this has been covered already, but what does this price action have to do with OPEX? Should we expect a run next week? Thanks for everything, man. I mean, this price action has really nothing to do with OPEX, right? But the concern is that we're not entering OPEX with a negative hedge. So normally, you know, we OPEX, the hedge goes super positive, and then the hedge goes super negative, right? And then OPEX happens again right here. And when OPEX starts, you know, a lot of this price acceleration in the beginning is driven by market makers covering their negative hedge, right? Because all these puts are closed, and that causes, you know, them to then buy shares. That's not the case this time, though, right? Like what happened this time is like OPEX, NOPEX, and then this. Right? So the hedge hasn't really ever gone negative. I mean, it did for like a day here. So it's just positive hedge, positive hedge, positive hedge. Right? We're not getting that price acceleration from the hedge dipping and then coming back up. Have they covered their FTDs? I mean, we don't know how many FTDs they have because they're ETF FTDs, but it's possible some are covered. We'll see how the dark pool dumps look in the next couple hours. Are you gonna sell CCs at the top with the split around the corner? I might sell some. Is there an easy way to understand why Jimmy runs at the SPY, but when the SPY tanks, Jimmy just stabilizes? If not, continues running. How? I think this is due to the effects of like illiquidity and too much internalization. Which they did offload some of yesterday. Illiquidity, internalizers, and actually FTDs as well, right? So due to our illiquidity, we're very sensitive to active fund pressure. So when active funds buy or sell, even if it's nominal amounts of shares, as you can see by our low volume, the effect of this is very strong on GameStop, right? Like it would be on a levered ETF. So, we see this buy pressure come in, and that has a really strong effect on our upside. And then when the sell pressure from these active funds comes in, well, they've internalized so much of the buy pressure that they need to kind of get rid of some of that internalization. So when they realize some of this sell pressure, they marry those orders. And so what you'll see is when the SPY drops, you'll see GME come up with the SPY, and we trade up, right? And then the SPY will drop, and GME will just do nothing, right? You'll see no volume come in for like 50, 60 seconds, while the SPY's just dropping like a rock. And what this is, like obviously active funds are selling, but they've internalized orders. And so we just don't go down, right? Because what they're doing is they're taking that sell pressure and they're using it to satisfy the orders that they've already internalized. So our order book just freezes up, essentially, while they do this. And then, once they've dumped some internalization, if the SPY continues down, we'll see like a little downside. But then the next uptick in the SPY can launch us back up because we're so volatile to the upside. And then FTDs just kind of increase that sensitivity. And, net short FTDs create buy pressure because they need volume to clear them through CNS, which requires buying at the market. So on days where we have both illiquidity and active funds and FTDs working in our favor, we can climb up quite a bit, even if the volume is kind of low. So I hope that makes all of it more understandable. I know it's complex and a lot of shit, but is what it is, I guess. I can just feel the Persian rug pull in my jewels. Price action screams June. Yeah, going up on low volume is not overly bullish. They're loading up on more August 200 puts. I saw, but I feel like some of them are sold. It's possible the MM doesn't want risk going into next week. Yes. How does leverage ETF maintain perfect leverage if they trade options? Shouldn't theta decay and eat into intended leverage over time? Yes, that's why leveraged ETFs have decay. All leveraged ETFs have decay. I mean, here, look at like. That's why they say they're not meant to be held for long periods of time. Like if you look at UVXY on like the weekly, see how it constantly decays, and then they reverse split and then decay and reverse split and decay. This is how levered ETFs always work over time. So we're pretty safe to say we won't see a negative hedge on GME prior to OPEX since so close. I mean, we'd have to fall below the gamma neutral here at 127. And right now, I mean, we're not falling below 127. Not, especially not with this current price action. Is this comparable to what happened to Tesla between their announcement and their split? No, Tesla was fucking ripping. There was no question about what Tesla was doing pre-split. Tesla went from like fuck, it was ridiculous. It was 1 second. I think I charted some of this earlier this week. Tesla went up 123%. Oh wait, nope, sorry. That's the wrong one. 1 second. That's the post-split run. So the pre-split run on Tesla, I think from announcement to the split, Tesla went up 158%. So it 3x'd. And then it went up another 100% in like November OPEX. So, and this is kind of what I was talking about the other day. And obviously, GameStop's not Tesla. We may not see the same effect, right? But, you know, if we continue to see, and it climbed on very high volume into its split. But, you know, there was this big sell-off post-split, right? And then we see FTDs come due in the ETF time frame right here. And then we have a few down days, and then November OPEX just took off like a fucking rocket, and it ran all the way into January. How profitable do you expect your Jan 2023 950s to be on an OPEX run? Depending on the strength of the run, at their peak pricing, they can hit like 3 to 5x. Here, I can pull up the chart. So if we go out here to like let's go to the 1 hour and look at the March run. So in the March run, you know, they went from a low of like 199 to a high of like 1340 at their peak. Right now they're about 250, so a little elevated already compared to where they were back then. I mean, at the low there, Ivy hit like 80%, I think, after earnings. So they're a little pricier now, but still very cheap. So if these like, you know, 3 or 4x, they'll be worth roughly the same amount. I mean, there's theta decay here too, so you know, maybe like they could peak at like 9. But if we have a stronger run than March, which doesn't look probable right now, but if we were to, then it could hit much higher. I think in November or August they hit, you know, August they went from 15 to 40. In November, well, from end of October when Ivy was at its low, I think they topped out. They went from like $13 to $34. So it's always about roughly the same. But you see, when price drops, the price of these contracts doesn't drop that much, right? Like they're not very affected by delta. They're more affected by the decrease in IV. Why no FOMO? What do you mean? I mean, this isn't Gen 2021, right? Economically, the public is not in the same position. Cheers to my favorite bearish bull. Always keeping it real. Thank you so much, Christine Lagarde's Moascot. I appreciate it. What's the chatter about Genie vending machines and then buying Redbox? No, I haven't heard shit about that. There's no way they let this run, right? Is the psychology behind the slow climb keeping us on our toes, scared all the way up to 200 right before they're done? Possible? Think SLD's canceled, or maybe the market hates banks as much as we do? I don't know. We've lost a lot of value already this week. I think there's still more to lose, potentially, but who's to say it's not already covered, right? Like, we've seen a pretty big drop-off over this week, with huge drop-offs before CPI and then post-CPI, right? This could just be a little seller exhaustion, and we could move down even further into tomorrow, into this, like, 365 range. But it's more of a gamble at this point, right? Like, very confident in the move down up here at 390, even at like 385, 380. But at this point, it's much riskier. You're starting to get into a range where, you know, buy pressure does actually have some strength. And so betting on the downside here, definitely not as safe as it was like the last few days. I can clip it. Give me a second. Okay. All right. I clipped it. You have some insight on directional movement index. It's very slow. I mean, there's not much outside of Investopedia to know about it. It's slow. It's good at predicting long-term trends. It's kind of shitty on shorter time frames. I don't like using it below like an hour. That's probably about it. I don't really think there's that much to read into it. It's a pretty simple oscillator. You just have like trend strength with ADX and then direction with DMI plus and minus. What's the next resistance after 150 for GME? 158.50. 150 is actually not historically a very strong resistance. There's what let me look at my chart. I think there's one other one that's kind of important. Yeah, 152.71 and 158.50 are big ones. I'll mark them here. This is bullshit. Although 156 is kind of interesting. Let's make this dashed so we know it's not like a very strong one. And we'll put in 152.57. Yeah, 50, close enough. This one's kind of irrelevant too. Like these are like some intraday ones. Like 140 we don't need to mark right now. These are options. EVs were much better when Tesla split than NFTs are when GME splits. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. It's not just as simple as that. You know, Tesla had large numbers of assets, highly rated bonds. You know, is totally different company fundamentally. Aren't retail sales tomorrow? If they come in bad, maybe an easy excuse to short. It's possible. Titty titty bang bang. I think they'll definitely try to take advantage of any reposition of weeklies unless it happens slowly. Yeah, it was also during a bull market. Well, the beginnings of a bull market. Weekly 160cc is dead. I wouldn't sell 160s. The rest of them just aren't really worth it. Sorry, I know I'm really far behind in chat after that explanation. I'm trying to catch up, but I'm about 10 minutes behind right now. I'm trying to catch up on as much as I can before the chat gaps up. Is Aspire retest 372, chop at 375? It could move back down again. I would say its strength is shaky still. Why did GameStop go for a stock dividend over a regular split? You know, of everything we've looked into, the only thing I think that could possibly have an effect is ETF pro rata agreements. Honestly. That could cause, that's the only thing I could see that could trigger any kind of squeeze type action. And even then it would be kicked out, but it would still trigger it. And I assume that Ryan Cohen does what Ryan Cohen does because he wants these big runs on the stock so that he can release shares and get capital for the company. So, you know, there's a very good chance. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. That's beautiful, J Fresh. Also stolen from some 80s song. But thanks, man. And this gets funding, right? So you get large amounts of capital when this happens. So yeah, it's very possible that that's his intention. Can you explain the X date of record? Can you sell after the date of record and still get the dividend? Absolutely not. Then buy back when the stock price adjusts from the dividend date of issue. No. Well, you could sell, but if you buy back after the dividend is in effect, you'll just be buying the split shares. I'm not sure what you're asking there. If you sell your stock before the price of the stock is divided by 4, you will not receive a dividend at all. What's the latest shares can be recalled? Next week. So part of me wants to see some dramatic short, like the good old days, right? I miss those. Cat had an 18-month low. You think we bounce with the SPY or more like to fall down more? I think it can bounce. I don't know if I'm going to buy into it today, but the price is very compelling. This week is starting to remind me of the days last year when Jimmy was just up 3 to 6% for days on end. Yeah, very similar. That went on for a long time too. How long after the split will you start selling CSPs? I mean, most weeks I sell CSPs on GameStop at some point. I don't know how long I'll wait till after the split. I mean, I definitely don't give a shit about getting assigned post-split on CSPs. They're going to be very cheap, right? Sorry if I'm missing questions. The chat keeps jumping up because I'm so far behind. 50 SMA on the weekly is acting as a slight resistance, just hanging around and between 152-ish. Yeah, you could also look at like the weighted VWAP. We're like right on the bottom edge of the standard deviation from last year. Kathy Wood was throwing out obscene price targets. True. Holding them in case Friday and Monday are cool. Awesome. If I'm selling to open weeklies, am I part of the problem? Any updated thoughts on the BBY put wall expiry tomorrow? No? Not really. School pictures of myself? I don't think I do. So share offering may be closer than we think. Well, if we run really hard, I would expect one. Like really, really hard. He's got to do it kind of... He would have to do it in a range way above the cost basis of the C-suite, right? Which is fairly high. They've averaged down, and with their latest additional shares, a little more, but you know, their initial shares were at like 225. He would have a real problem if he issued shares under their cost basis, right? That would not go over well. Unless they were out of like runway or something, which they're not. What's the reason for this slow upward grind? Well, weeklies are remaining quite cheap, although IV is starting to bump a little bit. Over the course of today, IV has trickled up a tiny bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Cruzo, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Too bad we don't load up on the morning dip on 7-8. I don't think there's much chance that we go that low tomorrow, even if the weeklies capitulate. Yeah, I don't think we will. But, you know, theta, right? You got an extra 7 days of theta that you didn't pay for, which offsets that cost, believe it or not. I'm really hoping you answer this because I've not heard you say this in a while. Do you believe the hedges haven't covered the shorts or not? The hedges haven't covered the shorts or not. I mean, there's no fucking way to tell. And even if they haven't, they're just packed up in derivatives. So, you know, they're irrelevant to GameStop's price action, right? Unless like the fund goes under and they have to close out those positions, nothing's gonna happen. Like they're immune to the price of GameStop, essentially. If they still exist. I'm all for caution, but what are your thoughts on maybe, just maybe, they are finally fucked due to the ETF responsibility of delivering the dividend? Also, thanks for all your time and effort, you beautiful pickle man. Well, Dominic, I'll say this much. If they are fucked, and they do have to deliver overlent shares to ETFs, all of them, then we'll both be very rich. And that will be nice. Thank you so much, Dominic. Remember CLVR? It's up 12% in the past 15 minutes. Interesting. I do remember CLVR. You know, I've really got to get back to work on that. Can the dividend shares that are awarded to existing shares be FTDs? Sure. Yeah, once the dividend goes live, it doesn't matter anymore, right? All the liquidity is the same after that point. For BBBY, what's the latest one should hold? So the ETFs can FTD, essentially. They can write a forward, balance their NAV into the next rebalance, which is in September. I'm going to buy a ton of shares pre-OPEX, but 150 seems too high. Not sure what to do. I didn't expect this run to be so unabated. Any thoughts? You can wait for a better opportunity, or you can wait post-split. I don't know how people think that. At the minimum, short hedge funds haven't averaged up their positions. I mean, they probably have averaged up their positions like a lot, right? Bank run on boxed wine. They do have runway. What the fuck videos? I will say this, and like, well, I kind of don't fully agree with either one of you. Like, I think you're too bullish, and Segan's a little too bearish on the idea of a share, like more shares being liquidated. I think that they still have a lot of growth to invest in. So while they might be done with the current phase, you know, they had to cut a lot of dead weight. You know, GameStop, when Ryan Cohen moved into it, was a dying business, right? Bloated and dying, saddled with debt. Now, the last share offerings cleared the debt. They bought them some runway to start getting on new hires, building out their e-commerce platform. But I still think their focus is going to be e-commerce, and they're going to need a ton of capital to move forward with that effectively, right? No matter how tight of a ship Cohen runs, it takes a lot of money to run a fully fledged e-commerce company, and to build up that infrastructure is extremely costly. So will their $1 billion of capital be sufficient? Probably not for the next like 2 to 3 years. Now, at this point in inflation, they're not very incentivized to make a lot of big investments, right? It would be better if they held off on part of that growth until inflation starts to come down and supply chains ease up. CLVR doing a 20%. Huh. There were overexposed short positions there. It's compelling. Is there like weed news of some sort? Eight, 9 Delta calls puts. Expensive, but lower risk with some exposure. Worth the trouble? Maybe not. Super expensive, right? I mean well, Celtic Mako, that won't happen because when they DRS the number, the share, it's ledgerized, so they don't need to find out if the shares are real or not. I may or may not be an approved GameStop NFT content creator, and I may or may not have hidden whale teeth in an NFT. You find it, you get a free NFT. Ooh, compelling, Dettles. I'm a GME content creator, but I'm not going to create any content, probably. I'm glad that whale teeth are real. And I can be the sole owner of them. Can you just screenshot the whale teeth and send them to me? That way I don't have to like open a wallet. Amazon operated at a loss because they were investing heavily in expansion and automation. They were earning tons of money during that time. I know. Yeah, I don't need to NFT anything. There's like copyright law. I don't need to NFT my clips. I know, chill. Is there a delay on stream? Your price looks different than mine. I probably have better data. There's no delay. The stream's got like 2 seconds of delay, I think. If that. Maybe, but it might not be an image. Ooh. Like an actual whale tooth? You talk about BBBY possibility during OPEX, given the non-news from this morning. I have a lot of $10 leaps. Just gotta wait, right? Puts the puts are rolling forward, but in lesser numbers, right? They're moving them forward, but they're not adding a lot of additional capital to them. It'll be interesting to see how that goes with OPEX next week. You'll be huge. Yeah. Well, tooth NFT for MOASS. Thank you, Fiscal Stupidity. BBY CTB is 4.5%. I know. You'll NFT and you will like it. Otherwise, no ice cream sandwich for lunch. You can't make me do it, Carl. Can you talk about BBY possibility during OPEX? Oh, I already answered that. Yeah, you just gotta wait and see what happens. The possibility, it moves up. It might be real whale teeth, but that's probably illegal. Yeah, especially given the international border. BBY gonna squeeze in Jan 2023. Trust me, bro. I had spy calls for July 25 near the bottom. Hold until next week. What strike? Ask Jay first to give us an update on just how much net delta is rolling off the chain on BBY upon expiration tomorrow. He said he'll update after tonight's OI. Okay, cool. I have whale teeth is what you want. Buddies is a scalper and Dredge pulls them up. Not sure how to get it to you. Leave it behind a Wendy's dumpster? Probably the best way. If I can get my hands on some baleen, you know, that puts MOASS right back on the table. I just realized Amazon started as GameStop for books. Football in the cycles right up until I bought those magic beans. I knew that I shouldn't have bought those. My bad, guys. It's all good, man. Check DMs. What do we got, J Fresh? Fucking weeklies just ramping right back up again, huh? But I like that the 29s are coming up. I don't like that the 22s fell off so hard. That was a bit rough. Oh wait, that's puts. Hold on. I had them backwards. So weeklies are just ramping. August 19s are starting to look really good. That's bullish. I mean, it's probably all just us, but it's bullish. The put weekly is running back up. I don't know how I feel about that. Fuck. Christ. Weeklies, re. Why did you send me that graph? I don't like that graph. I have too many calls now. Yeah, I see it. Maybe they just all exercise and we gamma squeeze to the moon. Right, JFresh? All the poors like leverage their cars and homes and credit cards and exercise all their calls. This the one time they actually do it? I mean, if they do, right? I'm buying more puts tomorrow. They're all working like 7 jobs for $15 an hour now. They've got it. They've got this shit. Haven't you seen the rate of employment? Everyone's got 15 jobs. No one has $15,000 to exercise this shit. Yeah. Well, 13,000, right? How does it feel that the average Manhattan rent was $5,000 last month? I mean, good, because my rent's not that high. See, I'm already saving money paying in advance. I kind of like 143, 145. P as a hedge for the downside this week. Yeah, I don't hate them. I still have some. I still have some like 145s. As a paying member and totally not one of those loser giveaway members, can you answer my question? Michael Hunt, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. How much value will my 715 137p lose if I keep them as a $200 lotto ticket for tomorrow? They'll lose about half overnight. Especially if the price doesn't drop at all. Buy an RTX 3080 now at the price dip or wait till Black Friday? I would wait till the end of year. Yeah, like Q3. End of Q3. May I please sell some 160cc for tomorrow? Pretty please. With a pickle on top. 160 cover calls for tomorrow. I don't care. It's just risky. Let's on saving up $5,000 to use trading the wheel on CMBS. Is it worth it? No. It's like Not even a 1% return, and there's no fucking... Who's buying them? You're just selling them to the market maker, and they're going to beat you on the spread every time, right? That might arguably be one of the worst stocks in the market to wheel, Dork. You found it. Half overnight and another half by 12 p.m. Interesting. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but interesting. August 19, 140 call on Monday. Hoping the call splits next week so I can sell some and execute others. That should work, right? Yeah, that can work. Wondering your opinion if BBBY is a good buy at this price. It's cheap, but there's very good reasons that it's cheap. I'm trying to find something to utilize that amount of money trading the wheel on, though. Any suggestions? I mean, trading the wheel is best on stocks with consistent uptrends, right? Like Tootsie Roll. Where any downside is short-lived and you're unlikely to be assigned. Although I don't think they have like enough volatility for it to be worthwhile. Is there a higher probability for MOASS after the split? No. Sylvia are now up 30%. What the fuck is going on here? But it still has this $2.50 fucking options. Piece of shit. Very low volume. God, it ran so hard in fucking March, too. Ivy's kind of already up on them. I mean, I'm not gonna say it doesn't look really good. It kind of does. I haven't paid attention to like exposure there though. I don't know. Jimmy getting hit with the spy. What the fuck is the chart? Shit. Spy's not getting hit nearly as hard. Patrick Thomas, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, dude.
Cornichon.
I can't believe people are still in CLVR. Are my CLVR leaps gonna print? Maybe. Man, we were way too early on that one. If it does. Shares look interesting. Yeah, they could like 3x. Yeah, that was the one that popped up on the scanner that me and my buddy were building. But he's been really busy with crypto crashing. So we haven't really gotten a lot of work done on it in the last like couple months. It got like backburnered a bit. Are my Feb Suns calls gonna hit? Oh wait. Hmm. Man, I fucking got out of Amazon at the perfect time. Okay, so the problem with chasing all of those de-SPAC like little squeezes is that they can release shares during them, right? So they're really dangerous to play the upside on. Honestly, I think if CLVR fucking runs up hard enough, I'm just gonna buy puts on it. Crypto's been tough, yeah. Are there puts available on crypto products? Yeah, sort of. I mean, yeah. They have Bitcoin derivatives. Ath too. What's the MOASS trigger? Is CLVR the catalyst we've been waiting for? No. So the share offering lowered the probability of MOASS, and the split would make it more likely. Then why not now? We currently do not see any way to force a share recall with a split. I didn't say a split. I don't think that a split is going to force a share recall on the positions based on our current understanding. It could in the ETFs, but it's unclear, right? It's unclear how the ETFs are going to handle it. They have options that they can get out of it. Also, the probability of MOASS, even with the split, is still extremely low, Bob. A share offering would have just, in my opinion, like a share offering would destroy it. But a split's still going to create liquidity, right? What does cause a share recall? Very little. Mergers? Buyouts? Delistings? But delisting's not in a good way. I was worried for a second there. The calls weren't going to get cheaper. Why? Wait, AMC did a massive share offering. Will AMC not MOASS? No, it won't. Do you think cheaper price, cheaper options, cheaper threshold to execute options equals more retail PORS engagement? Yes. I think tradability on GameStop will go up. So I think we'll see improvement on IV. I think we'll see improvement in the spreads. Cheaper options will mean more trading, right? I think a lot of that is the reason for price increases post-split, is because the underlying becomes far more tradable. GME BBBY merger confirmed. I mean, they could. They're positioned well, right? GameStop after the split is still gonna have like 700 million shares that they can release, right? Or that they can use for future splits. They could absolutely use some of this equity on an inflated price to affect buyouts of other companies. And BBBY, I did some research into their, fulfillment network and, logistics capabilities. It's not bad. They updated their systems back in like 2019, 2020. So they're up to date, but they only have like 4 distribution centers. And they're all in the Northeast, which Cohen kind of already has exposure to with York, Pennsylvania. So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the Northeast is a big market for GameStop. I know GameStops in the city do pretty well and they're pretty busy, right? Because the population density of the Northeast is so high. So fewer stores can serve a very large number of customers. But I don't know how much like actual distribution they need. That would be 5 distribution centers in the Northeast. Or 5 fulfillment centers in the Northeast if they merge with BBBY. So, sure. Now, if they could close GameStop stores and use BBBY retail space, because BBBY stores are very large, right? They have a huge footprint. And I know BBBY owns some of their stores. That could be a reason, like, if you have, like, a regional BBBY store, right, and maybe in that same, like, county or city area, you have, like, maybe 10 GameStop stores. If you could consolidate all those GameStop stores into one BBBY store that's, like, kind of split between home goods and gaming, maybe electronics, that could, start to compete locally with like Best Buy, which would be an interesting direction to take their retail footprint and also, probably save them a shitload of money. So like Target, yeah, but with better product selection. Like Target's electronic selection's really limited, right? Like Target and Walmart kind of fall behind on gaming. They just like carry some like mainstream shit like Turtle Beach and some controllers and some like shit that they've never been able to get off their shelves for 10 years for like Xbox, like some Xbox like hard drive crap. Um and then they're usually sold out of most of the games because they don't resupply very often. Quiet, you're giving away all the secrets. They sell consoles cheap. They do that because the negative press of upcharging them isn't worth it. Isn't worth like the extra money. So, you know, they just maintain their margin on the product and they don't give a fuck because they're Walmart and they're huge. Or they're Target and they're huge and they just don't give a shit about like upcharging for one. So that's why like, you know, the secondhand market for consoles is like through the roof, but Walmart will still sell them at like $3.99 or $5.99 or whatever they cost. Didn't Mad Catz go out of business? Went to Walmart and they had that Burger King Sneak King Xbox games in the clearance bin. Didn't Mad Catz buy quality controller makers and ruin them? I don't know. The only thing I've ever owned that Mad Catz made was like the Street Fighter 4 fight sticks, and those were phenomenal. They were super well made. I know that wasn't in line with the rest of their product line, but is this the most bullish thing you've ever seen? What, people selling out of their weeklies? Or is the SPY just tanking? It's both. SPY trend broken. Maybe the push up was longs looking for a final way out before Maoachi down downs. Possible, yeah. I mean, I do see like a combination of like Baby and GameStop. Not necessarily BBBY and GameStop, right? But I could see Baby and GameStop combining into a similar customer base, right? Because you can offer, like, you can kind of spread, you can minimize the Baby products a bit and have more products for like all ages. You know, Toys R Us was kind of like that when I was little. You know, Toys R Us had like baby shit and strollers and all of that, but they also had like toys and fun stuff and stuff for kids as they got older. And, you know, no matter what happens to the economy, parents spend money on their kids' bullshit. Because kids nag them and they want to shut them up. And shutting your children up is priceless. Ask Hasbro. You talked to us about how important it is to try to get a good price on your options by trying to get a fill as close to my bid as possible. Mid bid as possible. Also, please go over when it's a good time to simply hit the ask for an instant fill. Thanks for everything, Girk. When you're chasing, you just want to hit the ask because you want to try to get the price in the range it's in before it moves up even more. And the rest of the time, if it's stagnant and you're just slowly buying into a position, you want to try to get that contract as cheap as possible. It's pretty simple, right? 150 be like my sex life. Doesn't happen often, doesn't last long. Hashtag flaccid pickle. Thanks, Vordan. Hasbro has a market cap, so shutting your kids up has a price, right? Yeah, they also print money. Hasbro is terribly run, but they still print money. Cough, cough, MTG, yeah. Support around 146. Yeah, we should see some support right here. There's a support line. I drew it hours ago, days, weeks. Yeah, near zero marketing and products made from cardboard and plastic. Yeah. And zero interest in retaining customers, and yet they still do. Like, Hasbro is one of the very few companies that can just like they can just print a magic card that's worth $300. All right, and it costs them like 5 cents to make. And they will sell out every time because nerds. Terribly run company and still print money. Same as US government. Same as AMC. Same as G. What's up, Gaff? Welcome back. How's work been? MTG, same like XRT? Yeah. Please stop calling me out like that. I'm sorry. Maybe they buy BBBY, Blockbuster, Kmart, Fretter, Art Van, and rebrand under Sears and Roebuck. I don't think they're going to buy up Sears. Imagine GameStop having room for a build-your-own PC station in the store. That'd be cool. The 7-year average for new cards was like 2K. This past year was 8K. The revenue off Magic and Arena in particular is absolutely nuts. Yeah. My girlfriend thinks Funko Pops are worth money, like an investment. Well, as long as someone else does, then they will be. Yeah, Hasbro's customer base is a revolving door. We've all been easily impressed and gullible ones. Some of us twice. The stream card from the other day with the Gherk NFTs was so legit. I know I'm not the only pickle here that would buy one. Just DM me. I'll send you a screenshot. As I'm beginning my humble campaign, I will strive to be more visible in chat. I don't do anything at work, so why not? Yeah, you're not becoming a moderator ever. I'll tell you right now. Good luck with your campaign, but it's not going to happen. Moms think gamers are man babies. GME buys Bye Bye Baby and turns them into GM America because GM stands for Good Moms. G America, Good Moms America. This mom ass was brought to you by Subway Cup. Moms same like calls. Thanks, Subway Cup. Beautifully presented. Where do I invest? I've been playing puts as a hedge for the downtrend. It's saving me about 35% of what I would have lost as of right now. At what point do you usually close such a position? Like the down, like, okay, so you're hedging to the downside, so I assume you have calls. At what point do you close such a position? Usually close it when you can confirm the upside of your opposing leg. It's a hedge, right? So you're not supposed to make a ton of profit off of it. Oh shit, someone's at my door. One second. Do you plan to enter delta sensitive positions, giving them going nowhere but up since the split announcement? Not yet. Can you look at the volume bars on XRT and tell me if you think they're creating? It would make sense if they want to arbitrate the downside on GME. You know those orders don't have to print for like 3 days, right? So maybe it could be, yeah. But they don't have to report those orders to the NSCC. They can report those orders to the NSCC like as they see fit. There's some really weird delay mechanics there. Screenshots seem like NFT. What mean? Why the fuck are we gonna be an NFT exchange if screenshots seem like NFT? If only someone had mentioned this. Every brick and mortar GME store should become the equivalent of an Amazon locker. or have 1 or 2 employees working from there, then have trading all types of cards and Funko Pops at the register. Maybe. You ever check the clip from Average Joe? No, I was really busy earlier. I'll check it now. That's amazing, Average Joe. I gotta figure out what to do with that. Are you buying more weed at these prices? Not really. Is this that de-hedging that you talked about? Oh, right. This could never happen. Pickle's always wrong. How's your reverse pickle FUD now, Jimmy John? Fucking. No downtick halt? Not yet. The initial drop was too slow. Right now we're not even down $10 yet. And we have to drop 14.50 before it triggers a halt. Feeling really good about my delta insensitive positions right now. Oh, I got a Profitec Pro 600 LSD. Make it stop? No. Hey, Greg, I think I found the shorts you were looking for. J-Fresh? Are you ready to become a mod? This helping OPEX run theory? A little bit. The only way you would have made any money is selling CCs into next week, right? Bathe me in the Holy Spirit. No, you'll ban everyone, especially after being right. You're splitting early. MNST? Monster? Looks like they've been doing really well, actually. It's kind of surprising. Weird drop off. Why? Guess with the market downturn, but the problem I have with this is like, there's room to the upside. Yeah, it's probably not a terrible buy. I'm not gonna lie, sub 100 right now looks really good. Long hold though, potentially. Monster bought out Wasak Brewery. Beer is always a good, well, cheap beer is a good play into recessions. Thanks. I just wanted a second opinion. I'm always too full, Bull. Yeah, no worries. Where are your lower targets? How much further do you think we will drop? I don't know yet. This isn't shorts, it's retail pumping and dumping itself with weeklies. Yeah, I agree. But people don't want to like believe that for some reason. Like the pushback against that is ridiculous. If we start to see capitulation in 140 calls after this drop, like if people get scared out, we could fall really hard. There are only 30 shares to borrow. That doesn't matter. That's not like all the shares available to borrow in the world. Why pay to borrow shares when you can print them? Exactly. Or just poof them out of fucking thin air. Ortex says full utilization. Ortex is dumb. I can't express how incomplete their data set is on things. Ortex doesn't have like fucking prime lending pool oversight. They have fucking no idea what each prime is offering their clients. All they're doing is aggregating the data that me and you can already fucking see. And badly at that. They're not even weighting it well. For $19.99 a month. Ortex equals trust me, bro. Kind of, yeah. Bear trap, $200 on today. It's not a bear trap. It's long call capitulation. Right? And then if that leads to more long calls selling off, we'll keep dropping. There's a big chunk of OI here, but you know, remember that all those 150 weeklies went in the money right here, right? And then, you know, start to sell off when their profits start dwindling, right? They only have 1 day till expiration. And then the market maker, this isn't just retail selling their calls, right? But that's the market maker deleveraging their hedge. So the market maker goes, oh, I don't need these fucking shares anymore. And they dump them. That's the risk, right? That's what they did to us in June. This just ignores the 2 catalysts because catalysts don't mean anything. And none of our volume today is being driven by the catalysts that you speak of. The NFT marketplace is not a fucking catalyst. It's made, you know, not even 1% of the money it costs to produce yet. The split won't be a catalyst till next week. And we can see the fucking hedging volume. It's like there's more hedging volume than we've traded today. So between dark pools and realized volume on the exchange, more than like 120% of our volume today is delta hedging. It's all just calls. You think the fucking 20,000 shares retail bought because fucking Cohen announced the split was gonna move the price? Made a quick 20%. Nice. Your don't be afraid to take profits talk is gold. Yes, it is. Thank you so much. You're the schmoopy. Yeah, that means that realized volume on the exchange is less than the amount of delta hedging that needs to occur. But, you know, there's a significant chunk of our volume in dark pools, right? So delta volume can exceed the amount of volume seen on the exchange. Bear flag? Yes, technically. Now, retail can use this opportunity to buy like 145s and 150s now that they're cheap, right? And fucking keep the game going until tomorrow. Two PM DP dump. I mean, we just hit 1269. And it doesn't look very impressive. Low ETF FTD covering today? No, I think they cover ETF FTDs through CNS with volume, right? That's how ETF FTDs get cleared out. As long as there's sufficient volume, then they can clear the FTDs. There is share buying going on. It's just minimal. This can't be only deleveraging calls on GME. Why did AMC, BBY drop at the same time? Same market makers? Same basket? Bar rate dropped to 32.89. Is BBBY dead? It doesn't look great. But we still got next week. I don't think BBBY dropped in proportion to GameStop at all. AMC did. Similar drop. Around 7,200 Jan 2024 $1 P likely bought on BBBY. That's weird. What's the delta on those? It's like negative 0.3? Eh. What catalyst would guarantee a squeeze? None. Someone comes in and buys 20 million shares at market. It has to be a surprise, right? You have to catch them with their pants down. So BBY for a loss. Get more GME before the split. I don't know. I'd wait till next week before pulling the trigger on anything like that. But it's up to you. This Adam Aaron pouncing. I'm not going to say that their shareholders meeting today inspired a lot of confidence. A reverse split kind of would, to be honest. True. If somebody did that and bought 20 million shares at market, you'd somehow frame it as bearish. Why? You just want to be bullish because you believe in a thing that's fake. I'm just a realist. I'm longer on GameStop than most people. Right? I'm all for bullishness, but it's tempered with reality. If you want to enter cat calls 30 to 45 days out, the ideal time frame for reversal of price action, or should I go further out? It's nice to have them further out. But you need, I would say nothing shorter than 45 days so it can realize the extent of its run, because it can take a while for it to break those upside resistances on a move up. Billie Eilish, hot or not? Eilish? I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know who the fuck she is. I assume it's a she. I don't even know that. Is AMC gonna buy BBBY like a gold mining company? Not longer than I am. Not till after the split, at least. Then I'll have 4 times as many shares as you, Gaff. Billy Joel, hot or not? Well, not really my type. I was considering buying 20 million shares at market. Should I do it now or wait till later? I mean, whenever you want. No catalyst can cause MOASS. Is MOASS truly dead? Not truly dead. I mean, there's still potential for squeezes, but the idea, this is the problem. The idea of MOASS is just false, right? This like squeeze to $60 million. It's not going to happen. That's bullshit. Can GameStop squeeze? Yeah. Can it squeeze to $60 million? Absolutely fucking not. It's crazy. It's insane. Even exit DD Gherk didn't set price targets because he knew that shit was stupid. So not a lot changed. We found more ways for them to get out. Ways which they have taken advantage of time and time again and are well aware of. Did you think that buying and holding the stock forever was going to make them cover? You didn't think they were going to cover this entire time while everyone sat on their ass waiting? That's not how hedge funds work. What's your price target for an entry? Like 135 on Friday? Maybe. I consider a squeeze over 2,000 MOASS territory. Yeah, and that would be hard to pull off. Especially with the new hedging requirements for Volga and Vana. Can it squeeze to 1,000? No. Can it squeeze to 500? Probably not. Can it squeeze to 300? It can grow slowly to that price with minor peaks above, but they aren't squeezes. Yeah, before I learned of CNS and ETF liquidity. Yeah, there was once a time when the number of shares in GameStop really mattered to the research we were doing. You know, but they have so many liquidity mechanisms and so much fucking money. It's an uphill battle. So you can take it for what it is, which is a great way to make money. Make your own MOASS or keep waiting. Hey, dude. Check Quancord. That drop was big boys. Ooh. What kind of big boys? Oh, big boys. You think that's just the MM dumping the hedge? Because weeklies, like weekly 150s were dropping hard. Yeah, they're trying to shake out gamblers, I think. With global rate hikes, do you think we could run into issues? Is it better to buy fewer in the money call contracts or way out of the money contracts to hold for half a year? That depends what you're trying to do. What's your goal there? Have you entered a cap position yet? I entered today. Not yet. How often do developer drops occur on average? Deleveraging drops occur on average for GME? I mean, we definitely saw one in June, at the end of June OPEX, right? It's just shaking people out. I mean, we see them when OPEX runs end. Towards the downside, we don't see too much of them, right? Because there's never any positive delta. They have CNS, they have ETFs, and they have cash. Anything else is fluff and largely unnecessary. Yeah, I agree. But points at Volkswagen's chart. So you know that big spike? Put your arrow on the other side of it. The rules changes over the last year and the changes to the economy make it very unlikely that we will ever see a true repeat of what happened last January even. And they still crushed that. Every single retail shareholder of GameStop combined has way the fuck less money than like Citadel or Susquehanna or, you know, their prime lenders. I'm torn between BBBY shareholder meeting. Yes, it was lacking forward guidance. But the lack of forward guidance means they might actually be listening to RC, which is what we ultimately want, right? 3 months, 4 months, Frank. I mean, they spoke pretty well. They spoke a lot on the earnings meeting about, you know, working closely with RC's team. Hopefully they continue to do that. I'm not saying that I'm going to sell my shares, but if OPEX is kind of nothing and they continue the price suppression, then, you know, it's a possibility that I try to like get out of my options contracts for the time being until, especially if Cohen doesn't buy more, right? My comment got deleted. I love you, man. Don't worry. Are they gonna be able to take us down another leg, or is it time to buy into OPEX positions? They could. Be very careful. They can absolutely take us down another leg. There's a shitload of call OI here at 140, and if it sells, especially on this slow decline, right? They're doing the same shit they did at 150 right now. They're trying to get contract sellers they're shaking people out, right? So, you know, 150, a little spike, right? And then we trade over the range, and this crushes the contracts out and bleeds them out on low volume, right? And so whatever value was realized here is now looking really pales into comparison to the value here as the price of the contract continues to decline, right? And that encourages people to sell off. And then once enough people have sold off, they can drop their hedge. And they're doing the same shit here, right? Little spike and then bleeding it off on low volume. And this encourages people at 140 to sell off. And if they do, then they can drop their hedge again. You bullish on next week? Yeah, I'm still pretty bullish on next week. I think it's gonna be good. If everyone didn't lose their money this week. He's just trying to get everyone to sell so he can buy more. I can buy more already. I have enough. I really hope they don't drop it to 125 though, because otherwise I'm gonna have to buy more. Thanks for sharing how you gain on options. Been paper trading on TOS to see if I can be profitable. What trends do you seek when playing a new stock? Oh, fuck. That's a lot, JR. There's really not one answer for that. It depends on what I'm looking for in the first place. If no MOASS, how can I make the most money off this stack? I've never played with options before, but done a lot of research into it. Is this my best bet on making my own MOASS? Yeah. I think doing some research into covered calls, getting some experience paper trading them is probably the first and best, well, the first and safest way to make money on options. It still presents a deal of risk, but not as much as trying to play like the actual like volatility. Big Diggler put their pickle by jar LTCM, the flagship hedge fund of the late 90s, assumed a sovereign would never default on their own debt. Smartest people in the room, Myron Scholes and others. LTCM, that was like a big naked short back in like the late 90s. I remember some of that. There was a lot of weird shit that went on with that. Are people talking about it? Is that like a thing now? I don't think I ever had Apish. Closest would be my DD last year. Just ignore my opinion slides at the end. You want to manage my risk on BBBY position? I'm thinking of giving RC 3 weeks from today for a buy-in. That's fair. I mean, he knows about OPEX, right? So either he does it soon or he's not going to do it this quarter. But there's 10 million of us buying shares. Who gives a shit? 10 million shares times $140. Sorry. Is 1.4 billion. Right? Citadel's assets under management are 500 billion. So it's not like .00 or 0.02%, right? Agree they keep stacking the deck in their favor. We've been here before, and their undoing will be the emergent properties arising from complexity deck stacking they keep introducing. It'll blow up spectacularly in their face. It always does. Boom. They got it. In their arrogance, they got it wrong. I don't disagree. I think they take tons of risk with the ETFs. I think it's a problem. It's systemic. But that's not going to necessarily be realized in GameStop, right? You're like, if you're betting on them creating systemic risk, this isn't the place to bet on that, right? Like GameStop doesn't, it's probably not going to be affected by XRT exploding. Hey there, thanks for all the teachings. Made about 10K on SPY puts these past few days. Do you think SLD is over, or will we see some more downs tomorrow? I think we could still see more downside. I mean, SLD is not over. It continues until Monday at market open. CLVR 70x daily volume. Yeah, it's doing crazy shit. I know. I'm watching it. I got it on my other thing here. Thoughts on FAS? I'm not sure I'm going to go through with it. I don't like JPM's earnings. The pain has just begun. Yeah, I know. I see it. Don't dance, JFresh. Well, not too much. My cat trades and has a somewhat active Twitter and Discord presence. CLVR MOASing. Doing a thing. It's very compelling. It's not MOASing yet. Yeah, we'll buy some shares. Fuck it. $10,000? See what happens. We gotta stop on them though. Oh, I don't have a stop on them. Hold on. I'll trade you my DRS Gmail share for your buddy's house. Never. I had to step away from the stream for about an hour. Can you please give me a brief on what happened? People sold calls. Market maker deleveraged. People are now selling more calls. But on the scale, GME is just unprecedented. We can present all we want bullish and bearish prospects, but nobody knows how all of this will end. Who says nothing will happen? MOASS happen. Nothing will happen, or MOASS happens, or lies. I didn't say nothing will happen. I think it'll continue to remain volatile into the foreseeable future. Saying MOASS is possible under the current system and rule set is incorrect. At least MOASS the way it's dreamed up. With the like $79 million floor. I mean that's always been horse shit, right? Like everyone knows that. I always feel like people are living in like when people ask me those questions, they're like, oh, remember back in the day when people asked me like what my floor is? I was like, whatever it gets up to. Like the people saying like 80 million and 10 million and 20 million, like that's nuts. The fucking government would shut that shit down in a heartbeat. Look what we do to people who fuck with our oil. You learned about the market in the past 2 months. What have you learned about the market in the past 2 months? Any new theories? Any new theories? On what? On GameStop? I mean, I think they're kind of running out of liquidity. They'll make more, but they're definitely running low on it. I'm fucking killing it this week. My entire port is up 100% since Monday. I almost don't want to play OPEX now. I couldn't have done it without you, bro. Plumber Poopy Hand. Congratulations, man. Seriously. Sorry, I had a fucking thing pop up. Watch the elation. Don't let it change your habits. Don't fucking YOLO harder because you made more. You know, when you've seen substantial growth in your portfolio, step back and reassess. You know, don't let that get to your head. More traders lose money that way. Better hedge those shares with hundreds of cheap out of the money calls. Have they started beginning to build obligations on XRT? If so, do you know which month it is? They started rolling a few for tomorrow's expiration out yesterday. But it didn't look like a crazy amount. Let me see if I can see anything, because we don't have the OI for today, right? But it looked like July 22nd OI was increasing and a little bit of July 29th. But the OI on July 15 barely decreased, right? And the OI opening on July 22nd was like some kind of weird short build up at the $55 strike. 8,000 puts bought, which is slightly more than the number of puts closed this Friday. That's interesting. Why did they roll it out such a short period of time? Curious. That's really weird. Hey, we need those bag holders so we can exit before then. I mean, I didn't do this for people to be bag holders or front run anyone, right? But really though, I'm outside your apartment building. What's your floor? Don't worry about it. I've never seen that kind of success, so I never need to step back. Looks like they kicked the can. T plus 35 days. See quant cord. Seeing August 19th call buying. Might be able to tell a big drop of something to try to shake people out. We're seeing August 19th call buying. I mean, we've been having August 19th calls pick up all day. Turd. It's still really minimal. If you look at JFresh's charts, Like it's picking up, but it's not picking up a shitload. These are at 12:30. These are like an hour ago. Yeah. These are in the money calls. Yeah, ask is bought, not bid. Or nearer the ask is more likely bought. 140Cs sell out. I was away. Quick theory on what happens. Shorts or puts or calls selling off. I think it was calls selling off and the market maker deleveraging. SPY halted? No. Climbing back up though. What would you say is reasonable starting capital to replace a wage over the course of a few years? I mean, that depends on your cost of living and stuff. Your return rate, which is obviously personal. Your like what strategy you're going to be using. More risk-averse strategies require far more capital on hand for them to be equally profitable, right? Can confirm I'd be a millionaire by now if I just followed my own trading rules of GME. I've profited a lot off each run since Feb, but always end up losing it somehow. Like what I did in November. I'm definitely stashing the cash and continuing to maintain course and direction with my port size. Smart. You know you hit 20k subs? Yeah, it happened the other day. It's super cool. It's kind of surprising. I really do try to do my best to get people to go away. Hypothetical here. What happens if Jimmy kills it with everything they're planning and the stock is worth $150 after the split? Awesome. But that price not demand to squeeze, or could they keep kicking the can? I mean, we've hit 480 without squeezing. A year and a half later, you know, you're asking if we could hit a price target $30 lower that would also not trigger a squeeze? Yeah. With more liquidity available? I mean, that's, well, 600, but still more liquidity available, right? Way more float. Also, really unlikely in the short term for us to see 150 a share post split. That's yeah. They'd have to kill it with everything, and a lot of those things are still going to take another 2 to 3 years to see any kind of realization. Can you talk more about your CLVR plan? I'll send you an IOU. Can you talk about CLVR put sell you have on screen? Oh, this is just, I was just looking at the options chain and clicked one of them. I have no puts. I just bought like 10,000 shares. It's not really doing anything super impressive yet, but it's kind of right at the same price where I bought them. I have a stop if it falls back to like 133. I should stop out, roughly. If it keeps climbing, woot. Options are overpriced. No, not dumb to believe in MOASS. I believed in it at one point too. I mean, I didn't believe in like getting $50 million a share, but I believed in a short squeeze or the potential for a short squeeze. A lot of that for me was dead in the water when Cohen did the share offering. But I still saw potential in the remaining obligations, which have continued to compound. And, you know, there is potential for a squeeze. It's just not, you know, of those proportions. Wish I was more patient. Flip from downside to upside on the run up. I could be big up, big down. I could be up big, down big instead. I mean, that's kind of what I did, right? I closed my 137s, opened 145s. So I kind of like rolled up with the price action on my puts. Ow. Everybody just casually ignoring that I was sussing about 45 minutes before that big drop. I'm not casually ignoring it. I caught it, dork. You were like, is this creation? And I was like, it could be. And then they murdered us. But correlation, not causation, right? Woot, my cover calls are safe. Yeah, I saw the message about looking at Quantcord. Penne, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much. Using my milestone chat to support my favorite pickle to ask if you can check the delta versus actual shares traded on BBBY so far today using Chameleon. Yeah, I'll check it right now. %26.8% net delta of today's volume traded. So not a lot. Remember, the market maker's not really hedging the call side there, right? Walt Shillionaire, I'll be here for the long haul, bud. Between catcalls and spy puts, I made a ton of cash. It's all thanks to your advice. I can't thank you enough. Education. Walt Shillionaire, congratulations, man. That's awesome. Herva, broke my own rules and I bought a bunch of 160C at the top today with unsettled funds and can't sell till tomorrow. Down 30%. Should I buy protective puts? Thanks, I appreciate you. Well, we've lost a lot of value already. Yeah, you could buy protective puts, but I wouldn't buy them very far out of the money. Maybe you can buy like an equivalent delta to your calls. Kind of hilarious people asking your floor after holding Tesla through multiple splits. I mean, there's just no like. That's why I didn't sell my Tesla, right? There's no reason to anymore. I didn't sell my AMD for years because there was just no reason to sell it. When I finally hit the price targets I'd been waiting on, you know, on this last bull run, I sold 2/3 of my AMD position, and I still have the rest. You know, and that was like getting rid of a child. I'd held it so long. Like, that's just, if you have a good performing stock, you don't get rid of it. And GameStop has performed well for me. I have no reason to sell it off or to really walk away from it. I think anybody who's above their cost basis right now probably feels that way. If you're below your cost basis, you know, you can bring that down. There are opportunities. Is GameStop AMD? Is it Tesla? Probably not, but it's still, you know, good. What sort of pattern are we looking at here? Is it suggestive of further down moves? Yes. We're looking at a downtrend off of a bear flag. It's very indicative of moving further down. Build head and shoulders on cat. Oh, Jesus, I have no idea. No, I don't think so. Cat actually looks, I mean, it looks kind of good. This is nice to see. I don't trust the SPY to necessarily hold these levels into the end of the week, though. That's why I'm waiting. I'm waiting for SLD to wrap up before I buy into it. Even if it means I miss my price target by a few bucks. Quant's saying they kicked to August. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. People are still buying 150C weeklies at the ask. What the fuck is happening? J-Fresh. They're just bullish, alright? DRS a few shares then, why don't you? Never in a million years. Why the fuck would I do that? I'm gonna, like, put my fucking shares in cold storage? I'd rather lend them out than DRS them. At least I'd make fucking money off of them. Come on, Super Dan, man. This is the fucking stock market. Not a charity. Do you cherish your ice cream sandwiches like children do? No, not really. Actually, hold on. I got. Whatever. Another great thing about never walking away from Jimmy is the community around it that watches it like a hawk. This is the stock we've got the best info on. Yeah. There is no better researched stock, I think, in the fucking market. I mean, we've been predicting a rug pull for like 3 days now. Like, fucking name another stock that retail has the capability of doing that on. DRS your Berkey shares. Lock the float. Is there a reason for not lending out your shares? Better percentage gains on covered calls? $370p, I mean. What about the 370p? Oh, is this like a good time to... I don't think this is a good time to short the SPY at all. The opportunity to short the SPY stopped when it bounced off 371. Not enough strength to the downside there. It's risky. Fucking up and down 10%. What happens when 715 bearish put chain expires? Thank you. The 715 bearish put chain. The call chain right now has been super bullish. Ready for the 140 CD hedge? Prepared. This OPEX is over? No, it hasn't even started yet. OPEX expiration is tomorrow. SPY second test of 3770. How's it looking? Stronger. A little bit. For a reversal, I'd still want to see it break. I'd still want to see it break 3800. This could easily fail and move back to the downside, especially overnight. Have you checked the inverse Tesla ETF? It's live, but I can't find it. No. I've provided zero knowledge. You're welcome. Thank you, M3C JC. Most research is one thing, but a lot of the people researching it aren't the people who should be doing so. Maybe. You can lend out your shares and sell CCs, from what I mean. No, you can't. If your shares are lent, you can't sell covered calls against them, I don't think. Institutions might be able to, but that's a different story. We don't know if it's a rug pull or a retail pump and dump on weeklies, though, right? I mean, we can watch the call flow, right? We can see when retail's selling out of their calls. That's not like hidden from us. Or if SPY confirmed double top, I think SPY kind of already double topped. Right? Like back here. And it started failing. I mean, it fell to the neckline, right? You want to think of this as like a head and shoulders. And bounced. This can fail too. This bounce can fail soon. Here at like 376, 72. If it fails there, it can continue another leg down, which I would have more confidence on. But then I think like the market could actually do pretty well next week with SLD being over. So, you know, I just, you know, if you caught the downside, you caught it. If you missed it, there'll be another opportunity. Like, FOMOing into shit that's 12 hours ago is no good. If I don't have the time, energy, knowledge to play options on my shares, then is DRS fine? Sure. But you should find time, get some energy, and educate yourself, because you're losing potential money. Maybe a lot of it. Connor's RSI? No, not really. I don't really like oscillators. I think most of them are bullshit. You can use them to like double check strats and stuff, but for the most part, they suck. What do you think we'll find out if RC is put up or shut up? I don't know. Hopefully soon. If an option is around $1 US dollars and the theta is currently 135, negative 135, what happens the next day? I mean, that's the rate of decay. So, yeah, eventually it will lose all of its value. I assume you're talking about a 1 DTE. What's a realistic price target for GME long term? It depends on what they do. You know, if they're able to roll out into e-commerce and they're able to capture a significant market share of, you know, electronic and video game sales from an e-commerce platform, you know, their market cap could go up quite a lot. 3, 4x, maybe 5. The NFT marketplace, I mean, it's going to need a lot of development and time, but if it can get to the, you know, 150 million or 300 million a year mark, then, you know, there's an opportunity for that to add market cap as well. You know, obviously now is a terrible time for crypto and NFTs, but it's possible. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. This is the earliest people have said you're wrong about OPEX. That's not true. They told me I was wrong on March 15th. There's a whole clip about it. What'd you do to GME? I was only gone for 2 hours, man. The rug pull happened. The one we were waiting on all week. What would make you bullish? Oh, whoops, I don't give a fuck what RC tweets. I'll be 100% honest. His tweets mean literally nothing to me. Like, if he tweets whoops MOASS, it's not going to change my investment strategy in the slightest. You can lend out and sell CCs. At least IBKR reseller lets me do it. Fidelity won't let me. It doesn't let me on other stocks. If you're doing it, you're probably selling them against your margin. Wells Fargo and Citigroup tomorrow morning. I feel like SPY has more to go. Yeah. I think if JPM lost this quarter, we're not gonna see a lot of bullishness in the rest. I was hoping for rug pull to start DCing some near the money OPEX calls for next week. What are you looking for to feel more confident with closer to the money entries? 140 is still capitulating. People are still buying calls right now at 150. I don't know why, but they are. They're buying fucking 150 weeklies still. So I don't know. The rest of the calls to get burned off and shake out the like 1 and 0 DTEs, and then I'll probably start looking a little closer to the money. You really think most people doing their research on GME shouldn't be researching any stock in general? Most people doing research on GME don't even understand the basics. No, oh, like the DD writers should absolutely, like, I mean, what do you like? Yeah. Okay, so this, you know, you make a good point, BMG, but like, it's the problem is, you know, not the sharing of information. That's good, right? That may be the best thing that Super Stonk or any other GME subreddit has ever done, was just the constant flow of information. The problem with that, though, is that people's ability to differentiate between information and bullshit, that takes time, right? And so, I mean, that's like a lot of what I tried to do here, right? Was teach people more so they would understand when bullshit was presented to them, and they would be like, that's fucking bullshit. And I think we've been successful in that to a degree, right? I mean, most people just think we're bullshit. So, but for the minority that stayed and paid attention, you know, they are now not only better investors, but better prepared to handle information in the future when it's presented to them, and think more critically. So yeah, I don't know, it's tough. Yeah, I agree that most of the people writing DD shouldn't ever put pen to paper, but every once in a while someone does, and that shouldn't be discouraged, right? Someone with a really good idea would be maybe discouraged by you shutting down the bad ideas, no matter how bad they are. Remember when BBY didn't have much room to the downside? You mean before they shorted the fuck out of it? Yeah. What news do you think Bobby has for the end of the month? End of the month, nothing, but I think Cohen needs to move a little bit harder on it. Unless he's really thinking that their turnaround plans are successful, but the board still sounds disinterested and like they don't give a shit. They've gotten their money out of it, right? What'd you do to my boy? I didn't do anything. These aren't my puts. Well, some of them are. But what do we need to own shares by to get the dividend? As long as you buy the share before the price splits, you're good. That's it. Don't worry about the rest of the rest of it's horseshit. It doesn't mean anything. If you buy shares before the effective date, you'll get a dividend. This year, 2025, DFE files an SEC form revealing he owns more than 5% of GME using his profits from sold out of the money calls. He can't. No hedging clause, right? He can't sell out of the money calls. Oh, DFE? Sorry, I thought you said RC. Maybe. Is there where that tracks OI in an easy to digest? Is there anywhere that tracks OI in an easy to digest manner? What do you mean easy to digest? It's already easy to digest. It's just a number. You mean you want it like visualized for you? Not across the entire chain. Not unless you pay for it. Gherkin, we're needing to talk about Dork. He was bussing when others were sussing. Then he was sussing when others were sussing. This has got us here at BlackRock sussing when we were bussing. Okay, this is enough of the sus bus. I can't do this anymore. That's a lie and you know it. If RC tweeted, I just hired DFE, get wrecked, you'd care. I'd wonder why DFE went to work for him. I'd probably be worried about the next quarter's SG&A. I don't give a fuck about Pulte. He's an idiot. What if you tweeted, I love the pickle man? Cool. I mean, I love me too, so I'd understand it. I think RC saw DFE tweeting and picked up the slack when he went quiet. Maybe. If RC tweets he doubled down on BBBY, then I'll care. True. Supposedly semiconductor bill coming tomorrow. Not sure yet the support. Any thoughts on a play? No. In the current climate, maybe short TSMC. But that's already been moving down, or TSM. That's already been moving down kind of hard, right? Actually. That might not be a bad play. Curious. We'll have to think about that one. What if he tweets, hey, Pickle Man, when next DD? I mean, that might inspire me to write another DD. Is this a more solid indication of OPEX next week? We'll see if the hedge flips negative. When are you going to stop being shadow banned on YouTube? Probably when we stop spending half the day talking about giving hand jobs behind Wendy's dumpsters. For a long time, I used to lose 100% of the premium I paid for options. Now I only lose about 20%. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, JC. Jesus fucking Christ, what happened? They rug pulled us. You know, the thing that... Why does nobody come out and like, oh, fucking Gert called that rug pull? Why don't I ever get that? Like, Lenixis is like, oh, look at this swap in my fucking, my System 32 bot that's reading the RSS feed on swaps. Yeah, it's got a big number. Everyone's like, ah, oh, Lenixis is predicting the future again. Look at this. But no, me, JFresh, we predict the future all the time. No credit. Just like, ah, oh, what'd you do to my stock? Fucking bullshit. I'm gonna start being more mysterious. No more axes on charts. That's it. Gut instinct, do you think overnight decay on 1 DTE 132p will outweigh the drop we might observe tomorrow morning? Yeah, you're super far out of the fucking money. Safe to assume GME's CC's post split will bring 1/4 the current premium? Yeah, currently it's safe to assume that. Pelosi doubled down on Nvidia just recently. Interesting. TSMC earnings were last night. Do you ever get depressed? Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. Sometimes I feel like sad. And then I'm just like, you should stop doing that. It's a waste of time. And then that's what I do. I just stop doing that. I do something else, and then I'm okay. What's the record date on Monday 18th for the stock dividend? People say, including you still get the dividend when buying on the 20th. The record date is just the date that GameStop is recording the dividend. But it's irrelevant, right? It doesn't mean anything because the type of dividend it is. What if Ryan Cohen shoots a pic of him and the board doing Thelema ritual to summon MOASS? When does FTD data update? Next report is released tomorrow. Nobody can match their chip fab process. Wow, until Intel builds a giant factory here to do it. Then we'll see, right? I don't get me wrong, I know it's years away. Years. But the immediate reaction could be a bit of a sell-off in TSM. I don't think TSM's going out of business or they're gonna, drop $50, but it could cause a small sell-off if the bill passes. It could also hurt AMD. Got a free super chat, so here you go. Do your part, say no to NoPex. A message from your fellow Dillionaire. Thank you so much, Sovereign Giant. I appreciate it, dude. If we can't talk about dumpster handies, then what's the point of even streaming? Fair. Please make JFresh a coffee for me. You guys are right, and the rug pull happened. JFresh, my September calls are down for now, but still in play. Love you, and blessings from Lady VWAP. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Please not another DD. I didn't read the first 15. I know, turd. I'm just angry they didn't rug pull us more. The day's not done, right? Pickleman bad, but I love you. Thanks, Anonymous. Did he cause it himself? Remains to be seen. I'm gonna be absolutely ripped when BBY pops from carrying these bags for so long. Yeah, it's true. Andre Brown, please don't. I've had a hard enough time understanding. What did Carl say? Does that look like shorting or an institution big party exiting? It looks like an institution selling out. Institutional selling. Could be multiple ones. Or positional reduction. Please consider having Stefan pulling a rug character as the polar opposite of the Stefan waving a stick character. Then put the correct Stefan character on the screen for the day. I'll consider it. I don't have the latest WeBull thing installed. I don't want to deal with it. I don't like change in my trading platforms. Once I'm comfortable with them, they fuck shit up and then they're buggy. All right, Carl, that's it. Look up Dubill. Yeah, Dubill Redemption. Thanks, that cured my depression. Why didn't I ever think of that? You're welcome. Can you press the 950s at 12? Thanks. No? I'm angry I didn't set stops on my calls. Maybe I could have rebought for cheaper, but I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I sold my August calls on the first run. And then I really only bought Delta and sensitive ones today. I mean, I have a few 150s, but I'm just going to hold those. And then my puts, which are up, but I think they could go up more. Bastille Day is always a rug pull. Are weeklies still buying? Probably. Only other suspicion was active shorting in order to push the 5Ps deeper in the money prior to closing tomorrow. That's possible too. It'd have to be like a lot of active shorting though. Let me look at their like dark pool volume and shit for the day. 1 second. 47.8% dark pool volume, 8.4% block trade, 24% sweep. Yeah, it kind of looks like selling. Have you identified any other additional candidates for a buy that he could afford? Maybe like Express? I think Koss is kind of out of his range. Or not Koss, Coles, sorry. Yeah, I don't think he'd buy into DDS either. Not many. Carl finally getting a taste of his own medicine. CNBC is talking up QQQ before the incoming rug pull. Made another 25% off your abandoned bank play today. Praise be to the pickles ad. Nice. Cat waking up? Why do I ever play anything other than that? I don't know. It's a beast. Yeah, it really is. It's looking good. Not yet. Patience. Why is everyone so whiny? We need violent downside to see violent upside, right? Yeah. It's because people want to, like, they have this psychological thing where they only want to be bullish. Like, it's normal. I mean, I think most people and investors experience it at some point. Walking, but it goes away over time. Eventually you realize the direction of the price doesn't fucking matter, especially as a trader, right? It's just about making money. You just want the price to move. You don't care where. There's a lot of sunk cost fallacy too. OPEX hasn't even begun and folks are freaking out. As for me, I'm food. I've got puts to capture all this tasty downside if next week is a dud. I'll pull my calls. No biggie, right? Yeah. That's all you can do. Get exposure. If it happens, awesome. If it doesn't, pull your exposure. It's pretty basic. Why are there tons of options alert for 140p 819 LQD? No idea. Might be a big institutional like put position. Could be a hedge. Fidelity has been out of shares for most of the days, so they're borrowing them. I mean, Fidelity's been out of shares for most of the month. That doesn't mean they've borrowed them all. The borrow rate on IBKR is dropping today. Check SPY, please. Yeah, it's doing a big. If it breaks 380, it's a bullish reversal. I may have to admit the market might be able to stay crazy longer than I can stay in. So you've been swamped with cat questions today? I've gotten a lot of them, yeah. I think what happens, like, people who are billionaires, like, they already know the thesis, right? Because they read it, but people that aren't are curious, but they didn't read, like, the DD. So, you get a lot of asymmetric information, which just confuses people. Why are there a ton of options alerts? Okay, I already answered that. I don't know. I don't necessarily care. Better to enter August 19 calls tomorrow or Monday. Should I buy closer to the money? Or can the 200s 4 to 5x if OPEX runs next week? I mean, 200s can definitely like 2 to 4x if we run next week. You can buy closer to the money, but you're going to be more sensitive to the near term, like the price action, right? And that's a little unstable currently, as you can see clearly here on the chart. I personally think this pullback is bullish. I know JFresh will disagree with me, but I do. Once it is resolved, I think it is a bullish pullback from a technical standpoint. What is the Stefan art pieces? I think there would be some opportunity in creating animated Stefan NFT collection on GME NFT Marketplace. The creators get royalties every trade. I know. I think the reason for most people's constant bullishness is because most of these traders start in a bull market. Probably, yeah. They're always looking to the upside of everything. Being a bear is harder too, right? Like, you need more theta, you need more time. It takes a lot of patience and holding positions. That's why bear markets are harder to trade. You have to deal with volatility, you have to deal with seller exhaustion. Bulls just charge until they die, right? You called the rug pull. Nice. Thanks, Roberta. CNS still on the table for this afternoon. Yeah, but it might not be bullish, right? Volume's high today, though, because of all those sweet FTDs. I want to thank you for all your analysis on SLD over the past couple months. It's been a saving grace of my portfolio. Yeah, no problem. I mean, Lenixis was the first one to bring up SLD. The economy hasn't been fixed, and CPI is still very high. Yeah, no, the economy's still fucked, and yes, the CPI is still really high. Well, Lenixis and there was another guy on Reddit who brought it up, but they were like the first two. I don't remember the other guy's name, so sorry if you wrote it and I'm not giving you credit right now, but everyone needs to quit crying. We're literally at the same level as pre-market today. People need to zoom out and look at the week. If anything, it was an intraday pump and dump, flat day. We're down. We're down on yesterday's close, but yeah, I mean, it's not bearish, not yet. I was referring to the BBBY bar rate. It's at 4.5, right? It climbed up a little today. I mean, there could have been some shorting. What'd you look at to know CLVR was overpriced so quickly? What do you mean? Overpriced? When I was looking out here? Oh, the options? The fucking IV is like sky high. Implied volatility is like 185%. A cat 170 is not ideal because they're too close to the money. They're not actually bad. They're definitely fine if it moves up, right? They're expensive. Do you only play options and hold shares? I play futures. I've been shorting the ES futures every night for like this entire week. That's pretty much it for the most part. What else do you want me to do? I can't trade like swaps and shit. I don't really trade crypto. I don't like Forex very much. No one likes Forex. It's the worst. SPY's about to go green. There's any more chance for short-term downs for SLD? Yeah, I mean, SLD's still not done till tomorrow, but yeah, if the SPY breaks 380, it's important. Notice how we're not moving up with the market now? Do not expect this pullback to last. I think it can last through tomorrow at least. I play both sides, so I always come out on top. That's one way of doing it. Where's the cat DD? In the Dillionaires Country Club in Pickles Picks. We've been trading cat for like fucking 8 months in there. It's been the best. It's covered everyone's GME losses. Could you lend your thoughts on Visa and its pattern for the last few days? A possible direction moving forward? Sure. I mean, it looks like it's done pretty well over the last few days. It's kind of running into a long-term resistance. This isn't my better chart for Visa. Let's see here. Yeah, Visa got a higher low. Could be trending up to like the 211 resistance. If the market's going to continue turning around, I'd have pretty good confidence in it breaking that trend line that you're looking at right there. And moving to the upside. Fiscal stupidity. What do you got for me, bud? Pigeon whale testimonial. After becoming a pigeon whale, I've had erections lasting longer than 4 hours. 20 times my port, showered the pores with Cornichon, and fucked my wife's boyfriend. Who knew I'd be so damn good at being a bear? J-Fresh for mod. Thank you so much, Fiscal. I appreciate it, dude. And congratulations on fucking your wife's boyfriend. Y'all notice how he seems happier when the price goes down? I'm just happy when my options print. I don't care about the price, Brandon. Do you miss Malcolm in the Middle? Not really. I mean, it was alright. I think we're seeing what you're talking about on the SPY and how they convince people to sell calls. It's just taking place over the whole day, just like yesterday and the day before. Yeah. You share thoughts on today's CNIS for GME? Thinking about when to sell my in the money puts. I don't know if CNIS will have that much of an effect on this downtrend. The SPY sure as fuck isn't having an effect on it, right? I really shouldn't say the SPY. Indexes aren't having an effect on it, because GameStop's not in the SPY, even though it tracks very closely with it. Is this capitulation? Yeah. What, if any, is the logic to this market's bullish reversal? Pullback? Oversold? It's been sold off pretty hard recently, right? That's usually the reason for most pullbacks in a bear market. Shorts need to reposition. It's possible that dump we saw going into the CPI was some of the SLD. Or at least getting prepared for the deposits. That's why I was cautious with trying to play more of the downside this morning. Because, I mean, we went through a pretty hard drop over the first 4 days this week. Well, 3 days. Last Friday, too, ended this week, but... No problem, Anonymous. Down's at the end of the day tomorrow. Looking to pick up some August 5 calls. Interesting. Weird date, but yeah, it's possible. It's my friend's birthday today. Can you wish my friend Matt Kors a happy birthday? I don't know how old he is, but he's mentally 15. I just picked up more shares. Good price, nice returns. Nice, Bithead. Yeah, not actually a terrible price. There's only a 15k call for calls. What are the best calls, not weeklies, to likely 3 to 5x? Calls, I've had the most success, like the most profits off calls between 0.4 and 0.2 delta with 30 days to expiration. Not only the most success with them, but the most success backing out of them if nothing happened. So the losses on them have stayed, especially the 0.3 range. I'm a big fan of the 0.3 range, but you do have to wait for stability before buying them, right? Because if the price is continuing to drop or the price is continuing to rise, 0.3 is... Well, if it's rising, it's fine, but 0.3 is kind of risky if the price is dropping. Also, 0.3 is, well, yeah, it's risky on the rise too if it's unsubstantiated, right? If it's not volume backed, like what we saw here, where it can be rug pulled, it's very risky to buy 0.3s. So you do have to wait for some stability, which we haven't been getting a lot of lately. Bad news, lost money on puts this morning. Good news, made money on puts to offset this afternoon. Yeah, same. My 145s are way the fuck up right now, so. It's my birthday too. Thanks for the gift. I made 5k on SPY puts because of you this morning. Here's your cut. Yay. I'm the most successful hedge fund in history. Making 0.1%. Thanks, Sahib. Congratulations, dude. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you killed it. I got scared earlier when Bullard was talking and sold my GME 135p for 2.3k loss. Current state of the ticket, I could sell for 3.6k profit. Sad panda. 135p. Oh, okay. Yeah. Rough. Sorry, man. That sucks. But on the fence, I'm going short right now. Oh, you guys are talking about something else. How does one determine the delta of a contract if we're using WeBull? You just go to options and look at the delta. So these are puts. Here's calls. Yeah, this is GameStop. So 0.3 right now would be like 142. But 30 DTE, right? So for August 19th, a 0.3 is, 170, 175. Thanks for telling me I'm dumb so many times. Made me think twice on trades, and I quadrupled my port this week, buddy. I didn't call you dumb so many times. It was like twice. But you gotta, yeah, you were getting a little crazy there at the beginning, but congratulations, man. I'm really glad you hit one. Now, if you can learn some risk management, you'll stop losing all your money before you hit one, right? You'll just lose small amounts of money each time you try. You'll get there. Gotta push down the degen tendencies. Spread on Jimmy's like 75 cents. Wild. Yeah, it's pretty wide. They're hitting the bid pretty hard. Can we play some tunes for Power Hour? Maybe. I missed the drop. Was there anything notable about it? No, kind of happened like we expected. Calls started selling off. D-hedge. More calls sold off. Maybe a little D-hedge. More calls are still selling off. 130s are still in the money, though. And we are above delta neutral. So remember that. I know you don't want to add to your BBY position, but due to my success on those SPY puts this morning, I've purchased 500 $5 BBY calls for $7.22 in your honor. If they print, I'll send you $500 to become a pigeon whale. Oh, fuck. Well, thank you, J-Mac. Best of luck to you, man. I've lost all my son's future college money thanks to you. At least my wife thinks I'm a good trader. Better luck at community college, kid. Hey, listen, those 7-8 calls you bought were purely because of Linux, so don't give me that shit. Never? All right. I know you have to explain it 1,000 times, but why GME is not a candidate to short squeeze similar to Tesla? Well, Tesla didn't short squeeze, right? Like, there was no squeeze on Tesla. Tesla had a lot of short covering over about a fucking year, 9 months, and a lot of short repositioning over that same period of time. So, Tesla's split and subsequent reevaluation plus institutional interest forced shorts out. It didn't squeeze them out, it just pushed them out. Most of them covered well in advance of the split, and the rest covered well in advance of the run in November. Only clearing out their remaining obligations as it ran from November to January of 2021. Then they all shorted the fuck out of it at the top. You can't stop shorts. They'll always be there. No matter how good you think your company is, which Tesla's not. So it's impressive they went as far as they did. I think a lot of people think that Tesla short squeeze because they don't understand what was going on at the time. But I think Tesla through that whole thing only had like 20% short interest, and it remained at 20% short interest through that whole thing, and then, went up when it peaked. Shit's always going to be overvalued or undervalued, and there's always going to be bears and bulls. You're actually getting awesome management fees. You have 0 of your clients' AUM, and you're getting some kind of fee. So by percentage, highest paid fund manager, except for Bruce. Call update after close. OI update after close. No, it's in the morning. We get the call OI update in the morning. We have one after close. It's less reliable. Will 90K from the marketplace be distributed to the DRS holders? Also, why is RC not at Bobby call? No. Why would the money from the marketplace be distributed to DRS holders? It's not a fucking dividend, it's revenue. Remember when you would say that when MOASS happens, you're gonna have to leave the stream. So what you're basically saying now is that you'll never leave the stream. No. I didn't say that. And you can't make me say that. Simp Q up 40%. Coincidence? Probably. That seems sort of semantical. Now that I don't take your broader point about shorts being eternal and interchangeable. Similar things could happen on GameStop, but they're not going to be the same, right? We're not going to go up to $2,000 before split and then, split down to 400 and then 70 days later run up to 1,000 again. We are not Tesla. Tesla had a lot of other shit going on. They had assets. They had AAA rated bonds. Tesla's, they're not the same company. You can't have the same expectations. It's like comparing us to the VW squeeze, which was just intentionally triggered by Porsche. Like, there's no comparison because nobody's intentionally triggering a squeeze on GameStop. Retail's trying, but we're not one entity. When making a tinfoil hat, do I keep the shiny side in to reflect my thoughts back in creating psychic resonance? Or out to keep out the 5G bird drones? OPEX covering can be delayed until Tuesday morning. It can be delayed till Wednesday morning. They also said growing profit quarter after quarter. Yes, they did. And there was a shitload of liquidity in the market because it just crashed. So the fucking bulls were going full bull. I'd like to see Jamie hit 300 once more for old time's sake. Someday. Still some short did get blown out. I'm sure some, small short funds got blown out. People definitely made mistakes there, but the big ones didn't. Give us a safe word and we'll start trolling the new viewers in the future when you're done with streaming. I lined my tinfoil on both sides. I know you do, Carl. Wall Street just kept it under control because they've always done that when someone manages to put a gun to their head. What do you see for the SPY tomorrow? A little bit of rejection. It's hard to say what it's going to do overnight. I guess we'll watch futures. Still red on the day. Quite a bit red on the day. It may not be able to gain back ground here. And if it doesn't, if it fails to, the seller exhaustion, and the repositioning might push another leg down. Although I do expect some upside next week before we start to get hit with economic data again. What's tomorrow? Don't we have one more like big economic thing tomorrow? Retail sales, right? Yeah, retail sales could come in bad. We have Empire State Manufacturing Index. That's not going to be much. Bostic speaking tomorrow. That might have an effect. And that's all before market open. Retail sales excluding autos. Michigan consumer sentiment preliminaries tomorrow at 10 a.m. So there's a lot of shit actually tomorrow morning. There's a lot of economic data tomorrow. So maybe we'll see. You can assume that right now that none of it's going to come in very good. When adding to the OPEX position it drops, would you say better to average cost down of strikes or to expand the range of strikes purchased? I mean, it's probably better to avoid, like, because the price is dropping, it's probably better to avoid buying anything too close to the money. If your BBBY cost basis was in the 7s, we have no major move before the weekend, would you say it's a decent idea to move that position into GME instead? You could. So BBBY bar rate has moved up to 4.6, which I know isn't crazy high, but just a few weeks ago it was 0.7. Thoughts? Curious what your confidence level for BBBY is. I mean, I still own it. If I didn't have any confidence in it, I would have sold it completely. Does today's action change your outlook on OPEX? No. And the market maker got back most of their positive hedge, right? In one drop. It was pretty easy for them. More FTDs today or tomorrow? Tomorrow's got a lot of FTDs too. All the 1 GTE 140 calls sold off yet? People were buying more. Well, people were like buying more 150s. So we'll see. Is next week going to be an OPEX or an OPEX? We'll find out. No way to predict the future. And who the fuck knows with them possibly trying to dodge a split. We know that there's some obligations due. We don't like the market maker hedge going into next week. So, you know, we've got a pretty equal weighting of bearish and bullishness. Can you make a video explaining how to trade futures and their derivatives? Absolutely fucking not. I made a few dollars last night trading nano options, and I think I'm ready for the big leagues. You're not, and no. The target audience is super small. And then on top of that, no. Thanks, Expert Pog. Please tell me what to do to manage my port. I'll send you my password. I have $7 left. Oh boy. Can you do a quick favor and predict the future for us? Thanks. When do we roll your BBY August calls if they don't become as profitable as you hope? Oh, I'll cut them. Like, I'll just cut the August calls. I'm not gonna buy more leaps. I have enough leaps. These I just bought for, like, fun. See if something happened this week. Never go full degen. Right. What time frame is that? Looks like we formed a higher low at 136. Yeah, we did. If we stabilize here. The sell-off's good. We need to shave some of that. But yeah, we're still in line with like our long trend. It hasn't broken down yet. Even the more volume-backed side of the longer-term trend. Up here. I think we need to fall. Well, oh, it's not much volume I'm cutting off, right? No. A little bit of volume, but not much. Yeah, the 135 horizontal is going to be pretty important. If we can stabilize in this range, though, yeah, it's good. And now, now that some of that profits have been taken on some 140s and maybe some 150s if they got lucky, they can reposition into farther dated calls, and we'll get a little bit more real support. Can you show us a video of you trading futures with some commentary? You don't want to trade futures. It's just massively leveraged positions and huge risk. I'd rather do ads for casinos. What's up, James? How you doing, dude? Congressional candidate James Ellers. Everyone. Haven't seen you in a while, man. Where you been? That's exactly what I did. Good call, Gurk. Sold 150s July 22nd. Bought 180 August 12th. Smart. Say the other part. Huge rewards. No. Just huge risk. If you had to lie to get approved for options, you shouldn't trade futures. Yeah. Well put, NW. Well put. If you keep tight stops, isn't it easier since you don't have to worry about the Greeks? No. You're trading options on, I mean, you can trade the contracts themselves. Missed your face. I've been poor. All good, man. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts on prop firms? Prop firms? I feel like you're using what I'm not familiar with terminology. I've been MIA for a while. What do you think about the price action post-split dividend? Bullish? No. Do you think it will be like Tesla's and take time to run up? I think it'll take time. I think Tesla's run up may have happened because shares had to be returned to ETFs in like kind or pro rata. And it got deferred out to the following OPEX, which just so happened to be on an ETF rebalance. There's no coincidences, right? Well, there are, but that one's a big one. CNS is closed. I should get like a gong that I can ring when CNS closes. A CNS gong. So private firms that hire degen traders to manage big capital. Oh, I mean, sure. If you're really good, you can make money at them. And you don't have to manage your own money. But they do all kinds of shady shit. What are the deals down at Morongo? Do you think RC will move to a decentralized exchange? Absolutely fucking not. CNS Gong would over leverage your Prince Albert short position. Gaff not getting his bonus if the Gong comes to take his job. True. Any dark pool dump yet? Maybe soon? 3:30, 3:15. CNS just closed. Let's see what happens. I have a ton of credit card debt. It's a good idea to have all my money in GME. Better than giving it to the collection agencies, I'd imagine. Just whack your CNS on the side of your desk. Thanks, Seacraft. Jimmy bar rate down 5% today. Up 5% yesterday. Day before yesterday. Whatever. I missed the drop. Was there anything notable about it? No, it just dropped. Any idea if the drop was options, shorting, selling? Weekly options selling off. It looked like some deleveraging, but it could have been shorting. Downside pressure kind of has been continuing for a bit here. We might get a little reversal off CNS, but it doesn't look like much. Pork fried rice, man. Gurk, you gave advice earlier to be patient after a win. Wish I heard that advice after I took profits, but then put most of them back into spy puts around down 1.3%. Still up, but big sad. Uranium stock's looking good today. I have some long positions. Contract will split at the same time as share split. Yes. Same effective date. You may not receive your dividend for a few days after I think you can receive your dividend as late as like the following Monday. Some brokers were saying Tuesday, but that seems like a bit of a stretch. How do you plan to position yourself for GMO picks? I mean, right now I just have like I'll just write the position down so people stop asking me about it. I have 7 150s that are currently down. I have 50 950s for Jan. These are August, sorry. 819. 50 950s for 123. 120 23. These are up a little bit. 0.74%. Oh, I'm sorry, I have 55. I forgot I have some on this account. I have... Wait, hold on. I have more than that of these. 1 second. I have 17 390s. October. And an undisclosed number of 145 puts. I bought the 150s because I figured if we drop to 130, they'll still be roughly 0.3 delta. No, it's not 500. I have like 37 145 puts. Great day today. Wrinkles and predictive perspective at all-time high. Maybe even JFresh will become more bullish for next week. Love you, bud. You too, Dominic. Thank you so much, man. OPEX options expiration. Expiration date is tomorrow, and settlement is next week. So how could OPEX be done over? It hasn't even started yet. I'm aware. Oh, are you telling other people or me? Yeah, OPEX hasn't started yet. People need to relax. We don't want to fucking run into OPEX at sky high prices. That's not bullish. It's good that they had to fucking slam the price and pump the brakes. Dude, 400 gains on SPY puts, much for me. Thanks, man. I couldn't do it if you hadn't drilled stop losses into my brain for over a year. You're some modern day Spartacus. Thank you so much, Cucumber Ray. Can't hear you for all the people slamming their print screen key. You got it, Ryan. Your put's expiring tomorrow? No, they're 722. Not you, bud. Others have. Do you think BBBY may run with GME if this is an OPEX and not a NOPEX? Do you think they're unrelated for the most part? I think if it's hard to say because May GME ran, BBBY really didn't, right? I guess it ran a little bit, but not much. I don't know. The ability to suppress the price over there is really strong. And the lack of anything interesting today is going to keep it from being in the news cycle or anything like that, right? Seeing some GME puts, do you think we will see a test of 135 before the end of the day? It doesn't currently look like it. It currently looks like we're going to move back towards 140. Which means I'm going to sell off the rest of my puts. Thanks for all you do, man. Played dumb in June with no stops. Switch brokers, using stops and trails, and slowly clawing back gains of SPY plays. Nice. There's always money to be made somewhere. It doesn't have to be on GameStop. Today is Core's birthday. When you stepped away earlier, was it to call him and thank him for making you a trader you are today? Absolutely not. I give Matt Core zero credit. Well, hold on. He did ban me and piss me off. So that might be part of why I have a YouTube channel. Because I needed a platform to tell people that he's a fucking idiot. Spite stream, you know. But other than that, no, he receives no credit for any of my prowess in trading or understanding of market mechanics. Pioneered the 1 minute MACD crossover. Why did Coors ban you? I don't know if he did or one of his mods did, but in March on GME, I was like trying to tell the chat that they were buying out of the money puts and they were going to try to flash crash the stock again. And one of the mods was like, "That's FUD," and banned me, I think. Or he banned me, but one of the mods was like telling me that I was like fudding the chat and like GME was going to the moon. Like, yeah, typical super stalker. It was fine. I sold a bunch of in the money covered calls and made a fuck ton of money, but Sucked for other people that didn't get to hear that probably at the time. Thoughts on GME hitting 127 tomorrow? Don't forget the 130s are still $9 in the money. We saw some capitulation at 50 and 140, so a little bit of that ultra bullish side of the call chain shaved off, but don't worry, people are buying right back into 1DTs. Where'd you see the puts coming in? Shift search? I had an options tracker that I don't want to advertise because it's shitty at the time. And I was still like 15 minutes late, but it's not too late once they start coming in hard. But we moved down fast, right? RC loves Coke per Twitter. He needs another bump. You knew it was going to be a flash crash because volume lowering, price action still going up. Yeah. Yeah, volume was dropping off, puts coming in, price action stagnant. Huge volatility wicks on the candles. I mean, there was a lot of ways of telling. It wasn't like that big of a surprise if you traded stocks before then. A lot of people just sold. Like, everyone I knew who was in GameStop with me at the time pretty much sold at like, they were like, I hit 350 again. They fucking just sold out. They're like traders I knew that I used to hang out with. $130 tomorrow, plus minus $5. We'll see. It's better to wait for the OI tonight. Too close to close to really say. I mean, we're holding this price point. Hey, I didn't get stopped out. Ooh, do I hold my puts overnight though? I made that mistake once already this week on GME. I'll see if I can get a better exit before the end of the day. If I get a good one, I'll get out. Didn't hit 350 though, like 343. Yeah, I know. Interesting. Spy double top. Not a double top, but sure. The problem that I have with this is it just looks like it's kind of, well, dwindling volume on the second test, sure, but like it's a very short time frame you're looking on. There's a bigger resistance, like let me just try to show you. Here. If you go out here to like the 1 hour, you know, there's like a consistent downtrend here, right? And there's a big there's like a big resistance on the upside. Like this has repeatedly failed this upside test over and over and over again, right? So, you know, if it fails this, sure, but volume did kind of pick up into the first test. It's possible it breaks out. If it does, you know, that's pretty bullish, actually. And it is a descending wedge. Don't ignore all this shit. Just look over here. I don't like the expansion of volatility on this end though. See how it like hold on. Use this. See how volatility kind of expands on the downside though? Like this hard drop. And this one. This could be like SLD, like the effects of SLD breaking the trend. So it may be that, you know, it's regained the trend. It did cross the EMA 30 here. It could break out. We'll see. If it does, you know, it's got some room. It can move up. It could probably move up to like back to like 381. Do you think there are blind vision impaired traders out there? I know there's maybe like services for them. I forget what they're called, but they have like services that like shout out the price and stuff. Like I don't know the name of one specifically, but that's possible. I mean, I don't know how you'd read charts and stuff, but I'm sure you could find a way. Aren't you telling everyone to load up on BBY calls right now? Clearly, Cohen is announcing shares after hours today or tomorrow. As clear as your stock video on entropy swaps. I mean, I'm not gonna tell people to buy shares of a dying company. If they like it, they can buy it, right? I bought it. I haven't sold it. I feel like actions speak louder than words. If he doesn't, I will sell the fuck out of it, though. Like, if he doesn't buy in and nothing happens for OPEX, I'm not really interested in, like, holding it while the shorts crush it for a year. If you shut out the price, I'm blind. It's 138.50. Interesting. Maybe easier to swing trade. Yeah, probably. I don't know how advanced like technology for that is. I wish I never bought BBBY. Well, you say that, but if the price goes up, you know, you'll change your mind, right? How much more would RC need to retain at a minimum if he doesn't buy more GME? He's got more than enough. If he releases shares, I mean, he has to buy a little more to supplement it. And the reason that's probably the reason for his 100,000 share buy-in, right? Because he's buying in order to, you know, make up for the share offering in June, right? And because GME was cheap, so GME is at risk for a hostile takeover. GME like fell to like $78 the day before. That's like the price point at which, you know, someone could try to push him out. So it was a smart move to buy shares when he did. I mean, it's the same thing as trading options. It's just the SPY overnight. You can, like, there's strategies to it, like making money on spreads and stuff, but they're more complex. My blind interpreter would just like to say that's a horrible trade put on a stop loss. Jesus, what are you doing? Roll the call. Stop diamond handing. Would you like to see IV 30 at tomorrow? Realistic target. I think it's gonna still be at like 105. Like 100 to 105, that same range. I don't think it's gone up very much. Like, I'm not sure what you want me to show you in the video that would be different from what I do all day. I hope my blind investing method ends up being net positive to this investor group. I do think they give me some kind of perspective. Huh. I don't see how anyone does a hostile takeover of GME without rocketing the price way above 300. Well, I mean, they could, but it'd be like after they bought in, right? You buy in slow through dark pools, build up a position, and then announce it. Yeah, it's like testing the resistance, but it hasn't been rejected. So it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of an unknown into tomorrow. I probably wouldn't carry SPY positions overnight. What is the IV 30 right now? I have no idea. It hasn't updated. Like, for the day? Like, you have to wait till close. I don't have anything that tracks intraday IV. Not super accurately. You know someone who claims he can predict the order book? You're a shill. That whole thing was fucking nonsense. Hey, it looks like I'm gonna get a sweet exit on my puts. Nice. Let's see if the SPY sells off into close again. Trust this market. Get out of here. SPY puts have paid 5 straight overnights. Dude, I've bought SPX shorts, or ES shorts at market, like basically at market close every day for the last like 5 days, and they just keep printing. Not gonna hold any GME puts overnight. No, I did that yesterday. It didn't work out. There's a program called JAWS to read stuff. You'd think they could create like for stocks especially. I mean, somebody motivated could probably create like a haptic feedback kind of thing, or like a touchpad where, you know, you could read the charts with your fingers. I don't know about like update speed, but for swing trading or something like that, it could be really useful. Jaws isn't enough at all. Don't try to keep up with CITES like that. Just bought my far out of the money SPX put to hold overnight. Am I doing this right? No. SXP? All your puts bleed. They're not bleeding. I'm like in the money and I have tons of theta. Well, not tons of theta, but more than enough. Wink if you see this message. I see the message. Jamie just sitting on low volume, bullish as fuck. No. Jimmy's great at going down on low volume. It doesn't work the opposite way. SXP options chain for XPS minis. What platform are you on? Mine has it at ES1 ES1.ES. Yeah, I think that's just. I'm on WeBull. They also have nanos. I didn't know WeBull had them. I knew they had SPX options, but I didn't know they had ES options. Never. I don't think SPY downs overnight. You said you wouldn't hold overnight. I'm not holding overnight now. I mean, what for UFC? I don't have any SPY positions. I sold them this morning. I sold my SPY and SPX puts this morning. Ivana Trump passed away. Oh, crazy. Any predictions on what the final pre-split price will be? No? 1/4 of the current trading price at the time? Why don't all brokers have SPX options? I only found IBKR and Tastyworks offers them. Apparently Webull has them. Well, Webull has SPX options, but I didn't know they had E-minis. I actually do my charting through Trading View for ES. And then I trade them on Tastyworks or Schwab, depending on where I have the margin at the time. Ninja Trader is really good too. Breaking China's housing market? What about it? Ivanka? I don't know her name. You gonna do a party stream of the stock split so we could all watch the price divide by 4 together? No. What's the complication as a broker to offer them? CFTC licensing, probably. Ivana is Ivanka's mother. Oh. Okay. This is way more than I care to know. Looks like it's time to go back to that dark place where I hope a war breaks out overnight or the housing market bursts to aid my puts. Trading makes you a bad person sometimes. Yeah, or you just have to be indifferent to things. RC buyout announcement best released before or after this Friday? After Friday? After the shorts have repositioned, right? Genuine question, how much research studying did it take you to get where you are today in trading? I don't know. Years and years. Like the trading focus is like what, 6 years now? 6.5. But before that, like the analysis, 6, 7 more years. Too long. It's like 12, 13 years total. I still likes buying during OPEC, so maybe BBBY announcement next Tuesday evening. Maybe. I feel like it'd be this week if he was gonna do it, but you never know. Were there any halts during the COVID crash? It was like a limit down day, I think. China's same as wrecked? Maybe. Can you please explain how you balance managing multiple brokerage accounts while also keeping top of your calf gains? And why is it copious amounts of speed? It's not. How do I get really, really rich really, really fast? There's no quick route. People have been saying China's housing market is supposed to crash for years now. Yeah, I know. What happened? I got a notification saying we hit 150 today, then went paddleboarding, and now we're at 137. We got rug pulled. Jimmy forming end of day head and shoulders. Sure. Like a little head and shoulders inside a head and shoulders. Here's my problem. I've become good and following your thesis, making good entries on Cat and Spy, but without Pickles Pick's guidance, me looking at a chart is sussing. You'll get better at it. Has an OPEX run ever binge dodged twice in a row? I mean, usually we have a 2-month gap between OPEXs. That changed this year, right? Well, we had a 3-month gap, and then we had a 1-month gap, and then... So it's a little more random now, which is, you know, fun. My thoughts of RC buy anything, just speculation on short crushing. Does he lose investor confidence if he doesn't? If he doesn't double down, like the board's clearly not doing much, and if they are, they're not fucking saying anything, which is even worse. How long do you think it would take me to get as good at trading as the Wall Street Bets Goldfish? A year? Do people read Michael Burry's tweets too much? Who gives a shit about Evergrande? Boss Blunt. Oh god, don't get out of here. I don't want to hear that. What are the thoughts about RC buy of anything? Just speculation? I already answered that. When does OPEX covering start? Should we expect a dip into Monday or Tuesday? Yeah, we could. OPEX covering can start anytime between the 18th and the 22nd. Or, sorry, 20th. So, you know, yeah, we could dip Monday too. End of day wrap up time? No, day's not over yet. Yeah, we went down. If that call was any indication, the board is ready to be taken over. Yeah, I kind of agree. They just don't have like, I don't know, they don't have answers or anything, like fucking fake answers to all the questions. Like, you know, they don't have like no debt and no problems. Like GameStop's currently fine, right? We don't really need answers. We want them, but we don't need them. BBBY, you know, they need to give out some fucking answers because the company looks like, for all intents and purposes, like it's going bankrupt. That's the time to open your mouth and, you know, say something. Step one, buy a goldfish. Do we move to mid cap on the 20th? We're already in mid cap. Media trained non-answers for a shareholders meeting is weird. It's pretty common. They had to acknowledge that they had to fix things the next couple of weeks. Yeah, quick. BBY board, same like wounded animal. RC, same like apex predator licking his chops. We'll see. Oh, they make sure to tell us about the compensation being passed. BBY are starting to do home deliveries of bathwater. Nice. Can you explain the origin of the word glizzy? No, I don't know what it means. How far out do you typically go in trading the SPY? Generally, I buy like the next expiration. If I'm swing trading it, I'll buy further out. Like if it's a larger move that I'm looking for. Usually I'm doing both simultaneously. Like I'm both trading intraday moves and larger swings. It's a hot dog? Okay. They didn't answer my question about getting rid of their debt with a bye-bye baby sale. Shills. Weird as in, why include shareholders if you aren't going to say anything of value? True. Do you have any open SPY positions? Currently, no. Is this a good entry for calls, or do you think tomorrow will go down? I think we can go down more. Ooh. I am going to get my exit. What about open VIX positions? Yeah, my hedge. I rolled a little bit of it when the VIX spiked the other day, but not a lot of it. So I'll either need another downturn to roll the rest forward, or I'll just close it and move it forward. I have time though. Most of those calls are like 6 months, 9 months out. Management thumb their noses to their investors. They should all be fired. BBBY execs required by corporate charter to hold a shareholders meeting, of course. The real question is, should you have an open position on SPY? Oh, I don't know. It's up to you. Hey, you're great. Thanks, Lorca. You too. How much do you think we can go down? 135 will be interesting. SPY selling off into close? A little bit. Yeah. Go down. Yeah, go down a little more. It's being choppy. I don't like this. I don't like this overnight confidence. Get the fuck out of here. What is this, Inception? Yeah. Do you think DNGN will move down as weeklies capitulate, or is that the 130 range going to be our bottom? Best entry for calls this OPEX. Yeah, if we hit that 130 range, that's a really good place if you're looking to go long. Easier to open lower when it closes higher. Yeah. OpenSea laid off 20% of its workforce. Sounds great for the GME marketplace. NFT marketplace? Yeah, okay. I heard that. Are we hanging out in my dreams tonight? I don't know. Has an OPEX road ever been dodged twice in a row? No. Dicks everywhere. Now this is my kind of market. Post GME split, would you be adding wheeling GME to Pickles picks when wheeling opportunities present themselves on that stock? I mean, we watch GME all day. I don't think I really need to add anything about GME to Pickles picks. So probably not, but I mean, I'll probably be wheeling it a lot more. I kind of do anyway. I just try really hard not to get assigned. Hold on, I'm dumping some puts. What about Jan Feb? That's not 2 boofs in a row. Those weren't OPEX dates. We didn't expect like an OPEX. Those were supposed to be you know, the buildup of FTDs on GME, which never occurred. Well, until recently. But no, those weren't OPEX dates. OPEX was always in Feb. Feb got deferred to March. Likely got deferred to March. No, I haven't, Turd. Thanks for asking, though. Couldn't you say they used to dodge 2 OPEX runs in a row every OPEX? Because we used to run every quarter. Yeah. But now we're running more frequently. Things have changed, right? There's been more pressure lately. Oh, that was a sweet fill. Alright, I'm out. When YouTube collaboration with Ken Griffin, I don't know. I could try to invite him onto the stream, see if he'd like to talk about his volatility positions and why they manage them in such a strange manner. Do you still 200 before split or more like 160, 180? I never thought 200 before split. Conservative price target's always like 10 to 12% above Gamma Max, whatever Gamma Max is that day. How Kramer not in jail for market manipulation for pushing coke and it dipped the next day? What? You do know that, like, you can just say anything you want about the market at any time. That's not market manipulation. It doesn't matter how many people listen to you. You know, there's like entire newspapers dedicated to opinion pieces about the market. Hey Greg, totally a paying member here with a comment. Remember when I asked you how much my 80-cent 137Ps would be worth tomorrow? Sold them at 360. Pretty sweet, man. Congratulations, dude. Do you think we'll be under 40 next Thursday? I think about selling my shares and rebuying. You're kidding, right, TG? OpenSea laid off 20% of their workforce. I know, I heard. People talking about the market? Crime. Yeah. So did Splividan or MOASS was complete bullshit then? No, but it could trigger something. It's just gonna take a while. If we experience the same thing Tesla went through, which is still really shaky, but if we were to, it could still trigger run-ups. I said it could trigger run-ups in the beginning. I never said it was gonna start fucking MOASS. Ding ding. Anyway, this is over. So we got rug pulled. All the weekly call buyers got the fucking rug pulled right out from underneath them on our biggest volume spike of the day. And you know, now the market makers have made a bunch of money and we can continue forward with less worry of an unstable floor, as hopefully people that did take profits will position better this time around. Being sus is always the best. Be suspicious of everything. It's a good way to live your life. As for the market, kind of rallying a little bit into the end of today. I think, you know, provided nothing big changes overnight, it could continue to push up into the morning. If it breaks through this upper part of this trend, with some sufficient volume, it could really start to move. You know, it could bounce back, you know, up to this 381 range here. Obviously not recapturing all of its losses over the last week, but a tiny bit, and you know, maybe find a new floor and stabilize. We are still in SLD. It could still be rejected. Overnight futures and Chinese markets into the early morning will be our really only predictor of how this is going to turn out. But yeah, it absolutely could see more downside. So be wary of that. If you're carrying SPY positions overnight, best of luck to you. I wouldn't have, but no after hours action expected. I'm just kind of doing the wrap up. SPY 360 tomorrow. That's awfully ridiculous. SPY 520 also completely ridiculous. The 360 was less ridiculous. 520 is absurd. What day was SLD in January? Oh fuck, I don't remember. OPEX, 21st, right? Wednesday before OPEX, so 20th, 19th, something like that. I'm like 90% sure tomorrow is Friday. It is. Tomorrow is Friday. Jimmy stabilizing right around that 135 mark. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. People still buying short dated calls, so we may have a little pop in the morning, but a lot of the exposure was blown off today. So that massively positive hedge is severely wounded, which might be a good thing going into next week. Snap kind of ripping right now. Didn't they have earnings tonight? Something like that. ADC up almost 60 up to 60,000 open interest. For what? BBBY? Who gives a shit? We're trading at $4. Ugh, Jesus. Check SPY. Hey, looks like it just had a bunch of volatility. Yeah, this means nothing. So I'll be a loyal viewer until SPY 520. We're gonna be together forever, Bipolar Bear. It is suspected that trend lines go straight through open closes on daily candles on QQQ 7/8 to 7/12. No. GME 144. No. Okay. If you guys are gonna keep saying things are ripping, I'm going away. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.